凌晨2点，2022，吃了些东西，喝了些东西。2023年4月19号，星期三，凌晨2点06分。电脑被侵入了一下，我把它情况录一下。然后另外一台电脑，这个第二台电脑我正在录的。这边，第一台进可以了。突然咱们在哪个关键的时候被人干扰死机了？哟，给我断掉了。Connect. Connection.
To you. $6 your way deal at BK. All your taste buds will say hooray. And for just $6, your wallet will too. When hunger calls, you know what to do. Have it your way. Chips. I'm not a perfect Catholic. Cut in half, just like that. Go to shipstation.com/TV and get 2 months free. 100%. Just try to play again.
I have to tell you, I don't care for Captain Fowler's hard self.
Severe plaque psoriasis, for the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding that outfit psoriasis drive and hike with you, or finding your swimsuit is ready for prime time. Dad, once daily Sotyktu is proven to get more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take it you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known that Sotyktu has the same risks as JAK inhibitors.
So I was able to reconstruct. Hey.
A time, and then we broke.
Hundreds of options. What is your virus well?敲打声。Very good, very good.
Intentional strike by the Soviets. It all began in 1986 when an American cruiser, USS Yorktown, and a destroyer, USS Karen, entered Soviet sovereign territorial waters under the pretext of the right of innocent passage. That time, the Soviets did nothing, but a defense council was held after the incident, where Gorbachev approved the use of bumping ships in order to push them out of the Soviet waters. In February of 1988, USS Yorktown and Karen entered the Soviet waters once again. From an operational standpoint, the transit was not necessary, but they did it anyway. A Russian frigate radioed the Americans to leave the Soviet territorial waters, but got the innocent passage response. Minutes later, the Soviet frigate approached Yorktown and turned right into her. Meanwhile, another smaller frigate struck USS Karen. According to the Soviets, Yorktown was preparing to launch her helicopters, but they were warned that the Soviets would shoot them down. American helicopters were put back in the hangar, and the two American warships changed their course into neutral waters. These two warships are about to collide, but this wasn't an accident. It was an intentional strike by the Soviets. It all began in 1986 when an American cruiser, USS Yorktown, and a destroyer, USS Karen, entered Soviet sovereign territorial waters under the pretext of the right of innocent passage. That time, the Soviets did nothing, but a defense council was held after the incident, where Gorbachev approved the use of bumping ships in order to push them out of the Soviet waters. In February of 1988, USS Yorktown and Karen entered the Soviet waters once again. From an operational standpoint, the transit was not necessary, but they did it anyway. A Russian frigate radioed the Americans to leave the Soviet territorial waters, but got the innocent passage response. Minutes later, the Soviet frigate approached Yorktown and turned right into her. Meanwhile, another smaller frigate struck USS Karen. According to the Soviets, Yorktown was preparing to launch her helicopters, but they were warned that the Soviets would shoot them down. American helicopters were put back in the hangar, and the two American warships changed their course into neutral waters. These two warships are about to collide, but this wasn't an accident. It was an intentional.
没做好，因为有的波浪还不是特的。嗯。 很操控 Publix 那个地方 ，University Parkway， 安排一个女的，不愿意把我钱给我，总是说没有钱，而且用双关语说，然后，他让我打电话给他们，然后我跟他说，我一直找文字联系方式。 25 degrees without even being warm enough tonight.
Hey!
Hero War. So far,
Hello everyone, welcome back to our channel. Little do you know that Cat is true masters of diplomacy with so many friends. So who are they? Let's find out. This is the place where parents love your friend more than you.
怎么被挡住了？
It seems that he wants to invite those most home, but me. Love your friend more than you. It seems that he wants to invite those most home, but big guy looks pretty confused. Well, just take your time, boy. because cat is very patient. First time being here, but this fair has already stick to the boat. Cat sure brought a little friendly dude. Kitten saved his portion for his friend Squirrel. What a generous cat. Because his friend is lying silent, Cat must have a check. Fortunately, he is just sleeping. Seeing the raccoon eating unflavored foods, Cat invites him to enjoy its dinner. It seems that is a pretty good dish.
Did you bring home a friend? Louie, what did you do?
These guys are playing hide and seek, but Black Cat can never be a winner, as it's pretty hard to find a rabbit cat.
Baby bunny, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. Be free. Be free, baby bunny.
They said that good food brings people together. Well, it seems like a bad.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Today, Cat brings home a close mate, and that makes his brother quite concerned. This is Tom and Jerry in another world where they actually love each other and all have a nice home. Real life Tom and Jerry. Come on, dear, let's go. My house is way cozier than outside.
Right.
Introducing a new friend can sometimes be pretty hard because of their appearance.
Go, 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 go.
A same favorite drinking is sometimes enough to make out besties. Both of them feel like being a baby again. Cat offers these guinea pigs a top-tier service. Sleepy Mom wakes up not knowing why she already has kids. Vision problems. Try this simple ice hack with water before bed. Every human has around 106. Cat asks for some cuddles from the cow, and Gentleman politely responds right after. Best friends always stick with each other. It seems that Raccoon and Cat is a perfect match. They say that dogs hate cats. Well, it seems not. Everywhere cats visit, they make new friends. Black cat always wants to have a pal who has the same size to her. This cat even plays with sheep, maybe because they're both fluffy. I bet that big cat invites the monkey home just to do more wrestling. He looks pretty satisfied having a thorough massage for him. Also a hair stylish, but this guy is absolutely opposite with the small one before. As long as having the same color, this cat don't mind sharing her warm fur. Today we learned that not only cats love their tail, but rhinos do also. It seems that this cat and iguana have been friends for so long as they are pretty close. Lots of cats just want to eat some cat food and have mice as their friends. There are many ways to warm others, and between friends, the best way is some cuddles. Laying beside the other has definitely made them sleep better. Little cat brings home a quite reticent friend. A hobby that every cat has is to sleep, even on their friend's bed. It looks like someone won't let his friend, Duck, go home. They say that being aggressive is a cat's love. But most of the time, they are still calm and gentle with their friend. If others give cat care, they'll definitely give back doubly. Now, have you believed that cats are friendly guys and girls? Let's tell us in the comments. See you soon in the next video.
在一起的线，线捆在一起。
Where does the food go? Really? If someone's backed up and constipated, 2-3 days,
Hello everyone, welcome back to our channel. Cats can sometimes be a pretty quiet child, but trust me, it's not that they're being cold. In fact, they're enjoying their time with you. Hugging is the most effective way to create happiness or only cat owners understand how special a kitten's welcome every time they come home. Showing love for a dad can be a bit difficult, but not with this girl. Dad's warm embrace makes the kitten completely sleep peacefully. Want to have someone to be silly with? Raise a cat. Cats often respond to kisses with one back, but with some grumpy guys, it's slaps. Dad's kiss made the black cat completely fall in love and keep wanting more. Told ya, they don't stop with just one kiss. What will happen if there is a revolution
7点多。
Having a cat also means that you have a best friend who always assists you. You must live a unique life to sit on the unique place. If you ask about the happiest thing in the world, it's taking care of a kid. Though his hand seems pretty tired, he sure won't move it for a bit. Some people often say they hate cats, but that's when they've never owned a cat. Being held as tight as you can sometimes be all a cat wants from you. Who does love softness? Definitely not this boy. He must be thinking that, wow, so this is what those birdies feel. Even when the kitten is grown, she is still Dad's little girl. Like owner, like cat, no one can avoid the charisma of music. In the eyes of the kitten, Meow is the most beautiful cat. This massage service only accepts payments by kisses. This game with your cat never gets old. This lying position may seem difficult for mommy, but as long as the kitten is happy, it's fine. Do you know? Biting is also a special love language of kittens. Want to see a cat yet? Let us know in the comments and see you soon in the next video.
Doing the same.
I'm sexy. Says you run. Oh. She wants more. Look at her. Sis. Oh. Stop trying to be. That's not how it works. Probiotics help with food, right? According to New York's top vet, often enough, probiotics don't survive the trip to your tummy. That's because most probiotics, especially the cheap ones, are fragile and need to be kept in the fridge to survive. It's the same with most probiotic foods. Most of them are in the refrigerated section. So, on top of having to survive tummy stomaches, these probiotics also need to survive inside the body, which is nearly 3 times hotter than average refrigerator. And the truth is, what about the free probiotics that survive into the gut? It turns out bad bacteria in the gut love to consume probiotics. So instead of replacing them, those probiotics end up as food for bad bacteria, which causes them to multiply. And these bad bacteria cause bloating, gas, cravings, weight gain, and a slew of other issues. So, if you still believe probiotics and fermented foods are the keys to healthy digestion, they're not. And if you still believe taking action is the fiber and sugar you want to fix your gut for good, that's not clogged stuff. It's called 7 Seconds created by Dr. Jie Song and Tom, listening to the ever wondered why some people just never see
Hello everyone, welcome back to our channel. Cats can sometimes be a pretty quiet child, but trust me, it's not that they're being cold.
Ooh, what's this
Taking their
already?
time with you. Hugging is the most effective way to create happiness or hello everyone and welcome back to our channel. Whenever kids have free times, they do something hilarious. Haven't believed yet? Well, let's watch this video and you'll think the knows.
Okay,
Should apply. It's not that if you're nice to your cat, they'll love you back. Cat is their host to the taste, and sometimes they just love their mom. Important thing to remember, wash your feet when you go playing with cats. She is a dancer. She is laying her trunk. Cats have their own food taste too. Some eat cat food, some eat Cheetos. Remember to laugh whenever your girlfriend tries to do something silly, or else she will end up being salty. When your friend says he just wants a bite, cats are warriors and they always jump rules. Never in the history has a cat flown. When you are just too beautiful to stop looking yourself in the mirror. This cat tries so hard to hide his twin brother to be the cutest. When cat hates something, they hate it forever. Nothing can stop a cat from eating when they're hungry. Except when their friends are hungry too. Sharing is caring. Someone must be producing Tom and Jerry live action. Moms are refuse that big wiggle lines. Perfectly persuasive that cat is the lazy This delivery guy is pretty small, but quite enthusiastic. He must have had a great crush to deliveries.
New Talenti gelato and sorbetto mini bars.
Kitten takes revenge on the cleaning robot for hitting him. When your wife makes this face, remember, don't argue with her. Cat's curiosity is just simply
work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power lines, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Granger,
When you are sleepy and thirsty as well,
grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery.
dude really thinks there is a boat passing by.
Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Football is for everyone. Even a cat can be a huge
Imagine a
fan.
world with no drama. For the guarantee of high-quality promotional items delivered on time, go to fortimprint.com.
Someone needs to reprogram this boy. He barely knows how to drink.
These. You need to be using Whoosh. Trust me. No one wants to tell
He
you
must haven't read the introduction of using paper.
Get 15% off candy-free sugar at trywhoosh.com.
Suspicious and weird. I guess it's called everything happens sooner or later.
A moment of silence is all we
Don't you
need.
give up on me yet. Come on.
At last, Mom is always the one who handles things.
You're alive. I'm talking about the truth.
It's okay, John. Let me go.
A lesson lesson for humans. Remember, stay away from your cat's favorite man.
I want a second opinion. Time magazine isn't what it used to be.
Police dog couldn't catch the racer.
I was too happy. I'm trying to bring myself down.
92%
Little cat
still
fights
out.
back. A
It's
little
just
too
a fight.
complicated
Wait,
to
that's
enjoy
not
a
a
good
fight.
meal.
And that thing counts your reps?
Yeah, every last one.
92% stick with it, so can you. Start a 30-day home trial today. Terms apply. These are Smile to Death
Tired days, and
They can
yes,
do
they
smile
do
like
snore.
this. Into a smile like this.
Black Boy
It's
turns
four
on
to 6
invisible
months for
mode.
less than $3 a day. Choose Smile. Get started for free.
His eyes looks like saying, "Wash me."
The boys and girls like they expose me to hope and to love and opportunity.
I wouldn't be where I'm at today if it wasn't for the Joseph.
They turn from friends to enemies real quick.
哇，谁？我正说关掉一个录像，我还是谁呀、大晚上大清早做噪音呢，在下面走了，我向那边去了，东边去了，不知道谁。红的尾灯看不见，我觉得好大噪音。
I know you're kind, but your cat just wants to enjoy some privacy. Big boy first time touches the snow, so he mistakes it with food. Dude beats his twins. No, triplets. He surely doesn't want just one bite of that chicken cup. She is absolutely in love with her hair. Jack pretends to be a brave boy and end up being embarrassed. And this liquid cat will be the last moment of today's funny video. If you want to watch more, see you soon in the next episode.
I want to protect the one that I have, and Stove Guard lets me do that. Keeps my stovetop looking like new, like I just bought it.
Order your own Stove Guard is Cat's favorite man. Just look at the small number behind the door. I think this is our easy-to-use website at Voila. Police dog couldn't catch the racer. Right, so the stoveguard.com right now for free shipping. And order now will also send you the Stove Gas Guard. Black Boy turns on invisible mode. His eyes looks like saying, "Wash me."
Come get it.
They turn from friends to enemies real quick. This is how Cat says the dinner isn't good enough.
Yeah.
Also this time, do I know that the light doesn't attract bugs only, but Cat also.
She's sick of it.
The guardian of the keyboard won't leave a single paw from.
She's very deep. No. I always been one to
I know
follow
you're
rules.
kind, but your cat just wants to enjoy some
Rules
privacy.
always make sense.
You think I'm running away?
Janet wants to. She says, find Jim. Hell out.
Eating on the sky.
I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, Frank.
Where are you?
Big boy first time touches the snow, so he mistakes it with food. Dude meets his twins. No, triplets.
My dad. Dedication not just to get high.
He surely doesn't want just one bite of that chicken pie.
So I was showing him miles away.
She is absolutely in love with her
I
hair.
suppose fellow doing is what we call serial killer. Detectives found him. Living on this compound down the
Chicken pretends to be a brave boy and end up being embarrassed.
second compound. Really just some two-bit morticians out on Dad.
And this liquid cat will be the last moment of today's funny video. If you want to watch more, see you soon in the next episode.
Police force. My dad included the search effort.
Chicken pie.
And
Being
Brady was
embarrassed.
found guilty. Couldn't pin any of the murders to that killer in. We know they had a sticky core. Then my dad found something. A purse belonging to one of the missing women, squirreled away in the back of that guy's closet. That was enough. Put that son of a bitch away for the rest of his life.
Sounds like your father was a hero.
He planted that purse.
Yeah. Where's that?
Knew this man was guilty beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Yes, sir. He broke the rules, set things right. Some people could feel like they were living in a world where they knew which way was up. I've known people that knew what my dad had done, his friends were forced. You know, they were happy to get a dangerous guy off the street. Save the women that he might have hurt. He would have hurt.
我这好看的。
The most common side effect was the common cold.
Discover the feeling of relief at your fingertips with Opsilura.
Prescription prices are cheaper, and you can message with your physician online at any time.
We do take care of myself.
Downtown. Pay more than double for teeth straight.
Turned and crashed into her.
And speaking.
Daring do.
Still.
But not.
There's a dirt.
The church service is kind of the ultimate cleaning tool. Floor to ceiling with.
Where's the L'Oreal Paris? 300. Free dating. So other people are doing.
But it did. Oh, God, I'm like, every month. Then you had 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, it is. Look at that.
Here, would have thought flew
You had a good time doing it. And
My dream that came true.
to a licensed insurance agent.
Emily, they can't believe.
You'll see visible improvement in the tightness of your skin.
Then
Hi, Phil Swift here for the Flex Seal family of flood protection. Ready, go. That's enough. Okay. Mr. Mrs. Love.
The watermelon pickle.
Watermelon pico de gallo.
I'm definitely going to get emails from the tomato people.
So you should be getting a little bit of a kick, but you still kind of get like a little
Oh,
sweet
early in the
balance
morning.
there.
I don't have food here.
A poke replacing tuna with watermelon.
I'll get some milk. Rice. Very cute.
And
So the story begins in November of 2012, when Iran for the first time attempted to intercept a U.S. drone operating 16 miles from its border. MQ-1 was intercepted by a pair of Su-25s. They opened fire on the drone, but failed to shoot it down. A few months later, in March of 2013, two Iranian F-4 Phantoms once again tried to engage an MQ-1, but this time, however, the drone wasn't alone. Two F-22s were escorting the MQ-1. As the two Iranian aircraft moved to hit the drone, one of the escorting Raptors also made a move and flew up underneath one of the Phantoms. The F-22 sneaked close to the F-4s to check their weapons load without them knowing that it's right under there. The F-22 pilot then pulled up alongside the left wing of one of the F-4 and told the Iranian pilots that they really ought to go home. The whole time the Iranian pilots, nor the ground controllers, had any idea about the F-22's presence till the Raptor pilot broke the radio silence. The incident demonstrates the impressive stealth characteristics of the Raptor, which was able to approach the enemy undetected and scout out their arsenals before scaring them off. So the story begins in November of 2012, when Iran... Russia's... Russia's only aircraft carrier, the Admiral Kuznetsov, is perhaps best known for the myriad misfortunes and problems to have befallen the Soviet behemoth. It has been described by some as a kind of cursed ship, and for good reason. Unlike most Western naval ships that use gas turbines or nuclear power, Admiral Kuznetsov uses mazut as a fuel, often leading to a visible trail of heavy black smoke that can be seen at a great distance. In 2017, when the carrier transitioned through the English Channel, where it was seen spewing out thick black smoke from its smokestack, some suggested that the carrier would be more of a threat to the environment than to enemy combatants. A year later, the Admiral Kuznetsov suffered damage to its hull when the dry dock it was berthed in sank to the ocean floor. During the course of the dock sinking, a large crane struck the side of the aircraft carrier and carving a large hole. The third and so far final mishap came in 2019, when a fire broke out on board the unlucky Russian ship. 2 people died and 14 suffered injuries from the fire. The damage was estimated at $1.5 billion. Russia's only aircraft carrier, the Admiral Kuznetsov, is perhaps best known for the myriad misfortunes and problems to have befallen the Soviet behemoth. It has been described by some as a kind of cursed ship, and for good reason. Unlike most Western naval ships that use gas turbines or nuclear power, Admiral Kuznetsov uses mazut as a fuel, often leading to a visible trail of heavy black smoke that can be seen at a great distance. In 2017, when the carrier transitioned through the English Channel, where it was seen spewing out thick black smoke from its smokestack, some suggested that the carrier would be more of a threat to the environment than to enemy combatants. A year later, the Admiral Kuznetsov suffered damage to its hull when the dry dock it was berthed in sank to the ocean floor. During the course of the dock sinking, a large crane struck the side of the aircraft carrier and carving a large hole. The third and so far final mishap came in 2019, when a fire broke out on board the...
same boat. Yeah, I'm sure he will tell you exactly the same thing. It was very strange, very weird.
Neither of us were looking forward to it, because it's always going to be quite a strange thing, I think. Kind of kissing someone, kissing a friend, really.
The worst bit is when we had to open our eyes and look at each other because then it was just like. Believe me, we both wanted it to be over equally as much as the other. It was the most horrible thing.
I've been told significantly that I was just being an absolute dick about this. It was like.
什么东西？猴子。
Oh, dear God.
我来看，it's cute. Very cute, very cute. Ooh.
What could possibly pack so much punch to do this?
Oh.
It's not what you think. The PFM-1 anti-personnel mine is a scatterable high-explosive anti-personnel landmine, also referred to as green parrot or the butterfly mine. They're typically packed in groups of up to 300 and then scattered over large areas like cluster bombs. 11 pounds of force is all it takes to detonate them. So how could they scatter these mines without them exploding? PFM-1 has a delayed fuse, which doesn't get armed until after they've been placed. But once armed, they cannot be disarmed, although they could be safely detonated by driving an armored vehicle over them. Of course, their use was made internationally illegal in 1997 by the Ottawa Treaty. Not only are they capable of inflicting widespread casualties among military and civilian populations, they're particularly dangerous for children, as they can be easily mistaken for toys due to their shape and color. That said, reports of them being used in Ukraine's Eastern Front have surfaced throughout the war. What could possibly pack so much punch to do this? It's not what you think. The PFM-1
April 19th. It's raining somewhere. Oh, 那个人给我夹个头发啊。嗯。这人犯规，这人犯规了，动作有点犯规。好。哦。嗯。哦。中国的。 这俄国的还是中国的？
Here we go. Big time, you guys. You're gonna get pressed, shoes off. I'm doing it this way. So I have inwards throwing towards the wall. So scary, but it's gonna be great. I'm gonna lift the door and do the dive. Mwah. Brave finish. Bye. Oh my god. Okay, it won't fall, right? Ready? Okay, just do it like you know how to do it. 1-2 kick. 1-2 kick. Tall head. 1-2 kick. Triple. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Here we go. Big dive, you guys. You're gonna get pressed.
Where is this?
I'm doing it this way. So I have inwards throwing towards the wall. So scary, but it's gonna be great. I'm gonna lift the door and do the dive. Mwah. Brave finish. Bye. Oh my god. Okay, it won't fall, right? Ready? Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Big dive.
Olabilir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, kind of so cute. Kind think it's cute.小光叔叔。Oh, passed away in the car, lost conscious. Call 911. Call 911 right away. Should be some people calling 911 already.
Good afternoon, this is your captain speaking with just a little flight information. Coming up on the left, we're going to be catching a glimpse of the Grand Canyon. On the right, you can be able to see the Hoover Dam in just a few minutes. We're flying at an altitude of 37,000 feet, and our airspeed is 400 miles an hour. Couple little facts here. I'm packing a Colt King Cobra, that's a .357 caliber firearm with a black rubber grip and a 6-inch barrel. Also, the co-pilot is carrying a Kimber Custom Defense pistol with all the bells and whistles you'd expect from a custom gun of that kind, with an alloy frame and bevel treatment on the entire gun. And our chief flight attendant, Roger, has a Ruger Bearcat at 22 with a hand-fluted cylinder. All three are capable of piercing body armor at a distance of up to 27 feet. And it can put a hole in human bone and flesh the size of the Grand Canyon, which, by the way, is coming up on the left-hand side of the plane. So just sit back and relax and enjoy the rest of the flight. Good afternoon.
Watch this. Watch this.
that. Okay.
Friends, same batch we found last time with the barnacles on the tin.
You will find rest in you. You will find rest in your soul if you just focus on God. You.
怎么回事？没有下雪。
Imagine you're on a battlefield and your foot are showered with grenades while you're trying to take cover. This is what happens at the other end of the barrel of the Mark 19, which can launch 60 grenades per minute. And just like the venerable M2 heavy machine gun, Mark 19 proved itself in the heat of the battle many times over. Originally, the Mark 19 grenade launcher was made to replace the earlier hand-cranked multiple grenade launcher Mark 18. There have been reports that the Ukrainian armed forces have received a new batch of Mark 19 40mm automatic grenade launchers from the United States to help the country fend off a potential Russian invasion.
Airborne warning and control system aircraft are critical to military operation.
Let's smell a yellow car. Oh. Oh. 用电脑的，用电脑的，嗯。
ideologically driven government. However, unlike, say, when the United States was itself, one of the most famous events in the history of the USSR is its invasion of Afghanistan, in which, much like their opponents had done before, the Soviets attempted to use military means to prop up an ideologically friendly government. However, unlike, say, when the United States was itself in arm when the USSR previously was a friendly government in Eastern Europe, there were no allies. But in Afghanistan, the Soviet-led military alliance, the Warsaw Pact, didn't get involved, which raises the question, why? Why didn't the Warsaw Pact also invade Afghanistan? So, as you'll know, the USSR created the Warsaw Pact in 1955 as a response to the creation of NATO, and for the Soviet Union, it was a cornerstone of its defense policy throughout the Cold War. Not only in a military sense, but also in a political one. This was because it allowed Soviet action to be backed by numerous other states on the international stage. This is why the USSR made use of Warsaw Pact troops to occupy Czechoslovakia in 1968 when its government wouldn't do as it was told. So when the USSR invaded Afghanistan, no members of the Warsaw Pact consulted or asked for its help. And for the Soviets, the main reason for this was that the alliance was seen only as defensive. As far as the Soviet military was concerned, the Warsaw Pact was a speedboat for NATO, and by taking troops from these countries, and deploying them to Afghanistan, this would weaken the primary defense, and would have theoretically left an opening for an attack. Another reason was that the USSR wanted to prove that it could do it alone. Many in the Soviet army feared that their international reputation was diminished, and so by being able to deploy hundreds of thousands of troops for a long period, it reminded the world that the USSR was still a superpower, and also it didn't care about how the invasion looked internationally. Unlike Czechoslovakia, the USSR was happy to look like it was doing it entirely for its own purposes, and that the rest of the world could do nothing about it. Another problem when it came to the Warsaw Pact effort to Kabul was that their ability to help out was limited. The militaries of countries like Poland and East Germany were designed around holding off NATO until the USSR arrived, and thus those in charge didn't have the know-how or ability to fight a counterinsurgency. Furthermore, most advanced equipment in the Warsaw Pact belonged to the Soviet Union, and so the Warsaw Pact could only really provide men, something which the USSR simply didn't need more of. The final and most important reason was that the USSR likely kept to leave the Warsaw Pact due to the ongoing stability issues they were having. Most of the people in these countries weren't exactly happy with the presence of Soviet troops there, and many, such as Hungary, Poland, East Germany, and Czechoslovakia, had been punished when the governments and people weren't friendly enough to Moscow, and the populations in those countries were angered, thus forcing or trying to convince the people of those nations that the soldiers should travel to a country that they have more zero contact with, and do to it which had previously been done to them wasn't likely an easy sell, and would thus lead to further anti-Soviet sentiment. And these things combined meant that bringing the Warsaw Pact to Afghanistan was a no-go. I hope you enjoyed this episode with special thanks to my patrons: James Internet, Kenny Moneymaker, Marshall Wolf, Scotia Cow, Archwinsker, Jerry Lampton, Alex
Very
Schrein,
good,
Adam
very
Stewart,
good.
Gordon Milway, Rodney Martin, Mike Bobby, Marcus Arsenal, Captain Sidon, Marvin Katzau, Spencer Langford, Winston Haywood, William Wiggly, Daniel Steele, Ruth Yoon, Miss Lizette, Gustav Swan, Aaron White, Anthony Beckett, Rocco, Maggie Paskowski, Robert Turns, Penny Creek Bates, Shewenin, Words About Books Podcast, and Charles the First.
Take it from me, and cut it out with these rudimentary recovery techniques. Grab yourself a pair of new gloves today. It's not just soft, it's beautiful.
That's it.
Belgium. It's a country which often has to justify its own existence. Sandwiched between France, Germany, and the Netherlands, its population is divided amongst those who speak, well, French, German, and Dutch. Since about 6 seconds after its foundation, other nations have often spoken of dividing Belgium up. So, given how often its existence has both been questioned and threatened, there's an obvious question to answer. Why does Belgium exist? The first thing to answer is how Belgium came into existence in the first place. After the Napoleonic Wars, Europe was a drastically changed continent, and one of the major changes that occurred was that the Austrian Netherlands was incorporated into the brand new United Kingdom of the Netherlands. King William I of the Netherlands was a Protestant who had little interest in preserving the rights of the South's Catholic residents. He used much of the South's industrialised economy to fund the North, and he was also a bit of a despot. This was obviously a problem, and in 1830, when riots broke out, talk soon turned to secession. William tried to crush the revolt, but many troops in the south quickly defected. William needed help, and so he asked the Great Powers for assistance. And the Great Powers did help, but they helped the south and recognised the new country's independence, and the new country was called Belgium. Recognition of independence was done on one condition. It had to be a monarchy, because none of that republicanism stuff, absolutely not. The Belgians would finally have a king who would represent them. A local, a Catholic, and a man who wouldn't try to expand the power of the monarchy and become a despot. Instead, they got Leopold I, a German-speaking Protestant who quickly expanded the power of the monarchy, but 0 out of 3 isn't bad. Even with Leopold, Belgium had come out ahead, given that at the London Conference, France had proposed that Belgium be divided between its neighbours. This was the Talleyrand plan and was rejected by the British because France can't have nice things had been British foreign policy for over 400 years at this point, and that wasn't going to change anytime soon. Also to Britain, Belgium was seen as an important buffer state that would limit the scale of any future Franco-Prussian war, in theory. William I didn't accept Belgian independence, and so invaded in 1831, but the French came to the Belgians' aid and sent the Dutch packing. In 1839, William accepted Belgian independence, and the Netherlands would never again try to reclaim the south, which now included this land from Luxembourg. And it was also in this year that Britain guaranteed Belgian neutrality. Immediately after Belgium's formation, tensions arose between the Dutch-speaking population in the north, the Flemish, and the French-speaking southerners, the Walloons, whose language was the official language of the state. The initial hope was to get northerners over time to speak French, but fun fact, no. Tensions between the two groups would rise, but the threat to dissolve Belgium never went anywhere, since both peoples largely saw unity within Belgium as better than the alternatives. So what about any future threats? Finding out why Belgium exists in the first place isn't the same as asking why it still exists, and the fledgling nation wasn't without its concerns. French and German leaders coveted parts of Belgium in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, but the British guarantee and the fear of upsetting the balance of power stopped any action. It wasn't until World War I that the second tangible threat to Belgium's existence occurred when German troops crossed into the country in order to get to France. Germany occupied most of the country, and after the war, the plan was for these areas to be annexed into Germany, and these areas would become a rock state and British monarchy. Towards the end of the war, Germany made a concession on these demands and would respect Belgian independence so long as it was split into two nations, the Northern Flemish one being aligned with Germany, who would gain Antwerp. This never happened because, obviously, Germany eventually lost the war. Belgium then got to sit at the winners' table and was even given this territory from Germany. Although at first Belgium had made much larger demands, because it wanted to annex Luxembourg and to take territory from the neutral Dutch, since apparently Belgium was a grudge. The last threat to Belgian existence came during World War II when it was conquered. It was originally administered as a single unit along with a chunk of northern France, but Hitler had very little in the way of concrete plans. The Belgian collaborators had hoped for Belgium to be split like this, with Flanders being merged with the Netherlands. Yet Germany was unwilling and unable to do this since it was busy losing the war. In late 1944, Germany then formally annexed Belgium, a plan which had one snag: it had already been liberated, and so that's not how that works. No other nation would threaten Belgian existence thereafter, and all attempts to split the state would from then on be internal in nature. Belgium's existence is actually quite remarkable, given that it spent one of the most dangerous periods in European history sandwiched between two nations that really liked annexing things. In the end, the Belgian people would find union together, despite their differences, much more compelling than any of the alternatives, and that is why Belgium exists. I hope you enjoyed this episode, and a special thanks to my Patreon supporters, James Bisonet, John Lucid, Danny Maloney, A Man of Culture, Marvin Cassow, John Bisquez, Mo, Rob Waterhouse, James Castaneda, Aaron the White, Jordan Longley, Gustav Swan, Marcus Arsner, Rashid Ali, Filda Oink Oink, Izzy, Spinning Three Plates, David Silverman, Maggie Paxkowski, Spencer Lightfoot, Winston Kaywood, Robert Wetzel, Anthony Beckett, Lexi Schwinn, Sky Chappelle, and Kelly Moneymaker. I mean, it wasn't a bad plan exactly.
Neurologists are shocked. They have found that tinnitus wipes your memory in less than 3 years. The ear buzzing is literally wiping your memory by the minute. After 47 years of studies done on more than 2,400 tinnitus patients and countless brain scans, scientists at the MIT Institute found that in 96% of cases, tinnitus is linked with cognitive decline, chronic fatigue, depression, and anxiety. But most of all, it is actually physically damaging the brain. Forcing it to endure that constant ringing leads to the widespread rapid decline of the brain's neurons, most of which are located in key areas of the brain that store memories. Without it functioning at full capacity, you will be unable to create new memories with your friends and family. So if you or a loved one are experiencing the agonizing, ringing, hushing, or swooshing sounds in your ears, then you must see this. After 326 brain scans and years of clinical research, an award-winning ENT scientist has just revealed the real root cause of tinnitus. And it has nothing to do with loud noises, your actual ears, aging, or genetics, but instead with neglected faulty nerve hair that runs between the ear and brain. This means that when you hear a sound, it's your brain's interpretation of it that you actually hear. But when this newly discovered nerve hair is broken, it will mix up signals, causing ringing, buzzing, whooshing, or hissing. But this 10-second method could finally help shut off that cringing sound and help you feel completely normal again. It may help provide relief regardless of age, medical condition, or the severity and length of the tinnitus. Please remember, results are not guaranteed, but it's certainly worth a try, as hundreds of others would agree. Tap the blue Watch Now button below for a free video. You'll see how this powerful method takes only a few seconds a day and gets to work to end the constant ringing and buzzing almost instantly. It works by calming down the nerves, reducing inflammation, helping send the correct signals back to the brain. When this is relieved, so too.
Breakups are never easy, especially when your ex goes on to become a wealthy petrostate. But this is what happened to Sweden, which was in a union with Norway for almost a century until their split in 1905. But what caused this dissolution? Why did Sweden and Norway break up? So, as of the closing years of the Napoleonic Wars, Norway was a part of the Kingdom of Denmark, whose ruler Frederick VI had just sided with Napoleon. Now, a lot of countries in Europe had done the same previously, like Russia, who had used Swedish closeness with Britain as justification to invade it and grab Finland for its own. Soon after this, Russia decided that it didn't like Napoleon anymore, and so it was time for new allies. The Swedish king wasn't doing much because of a heart attack, but his government did sense an opportunity. Finland wasn't coming back, but by siding with a coalition against Napoleon and his Danish ally, Sweden could gain Norway. Something which Britain, Russia, and Prussia agreed to, and even the Danish king agreed to its loss, providing he got to keep Greenland and Iceland. The people of Norway were not happy with suddenly being the subjects of the Swedish king, so the Prince of Denmark, who Christian because of course he was, declared himself the King of Norway in 1814 and proclaimed its independence. Against the Allies, he stood no chance of succeeding, but whilst they were busy fighting Napoleon, there was an opportunity to win political support. And he turned to Britain, whom he felt would recognise the plight of the Norwegian people and do the right thing to stop them from being handed over to a foreign king. But fun fact, no. Tensions rose, and when the Swedish came to claim their prize, fighting broke out. This lasted for about 2 weeks and ended with the Swedish making some concessions in return for Norway joining the Union voluntarily. Norway would keep its semi-democratic constitution, the king's powers there would be limited, and Norway would maintain separate armed forces. Relations between the two states improved over the next half a century, with the Swedish-based kings presenting a much more conciliatory tone to the Norwegian subjects. Although by doing this they angered Swedish politicians, who saw Norway as the junior partner in the Union, and many there feared that Norway would never be placated and would simply keep asking for more. And they weren't wrong. Norwegian politicians kept asking for more autonomy over the course of the late 19th century. The big one was when in 1891 Norwegian elections saw the Liberal Party victorious. The Liberals were proponents of Norwegian independence, but if that couldn't be achieved, then they demanded separate foreign and trade policy for Norway. This was a big no-no, since at that point the Union would essentially be dead. The Norwegian government made a formal request for these new powers, and the Swedish responded with a well-formulated logical argument. No, and if you keep asking, we're going to invade. The Liberals backed down and over the next decade instead opted to focus on Norway. They removed any reference to the Union from their flag, massively increased the size of the armed forces, and built up border defences in case of an invasion. And in retaliation, the Swedish ended free trade between the two and imposed tariffs on products from Britain, Norway's largest trade partner. It was 1905 that marked the death of the Union, though, when the Norwegian government passed a law establishing itself as separate diplomatic service. The king vetoed this, the government resigned, the king refused to accept their resignation or appoint a new government, and as such, the Norwegians argued that he was in violation of the constitution by leaving Norway without leadership, and in response, the Norwegian parliament declared its independence. In response, Sweden mobilized, which led Norway to do the same, and both armies sat on the border facing off. Swedish politicians and commanders were ready for war, and it was only when the Swedish people were overwhelmingly against military action that they backed down. This support was largely due to the Norwegian referendum, in which 99.9% of voters backed independence, which made it clear to everyone that Sweden could no longer force Norway to stay. As such, the Swedish people threatened mutiny in the army and the general strike if Norway was invaded, which meant that King Oscar II had no choice but to acknowledge the end of the Union. The Norwegian people then voted for power. Norway would once again be an independent state. I hope you enjoyed this episode, with a special thanks to my patrons, James Bissonette, Kelly Moneymaker, Mr. Wolf, Sky Chappelle, Adam Stalter, Jordan Longley, Rod D. Martin, Gareth Turner, Wyatt Hockey, Jerry Landon, Spencer Lightfoot, Corsho Wolf, Boogly Woogly, Marvin Cassow, Winston Kaywood, Gustav Swan, Marcus Arsner, Captain Sidog, Aaron the White, Matthew Shipley, Robert Wetzel, Alex Schwinn, Maggie Praskowski, The McWhopper, Anthony Beckett, Copper Tone, Spinning Three Plates, Charles I, Ben Ivinson, Scottish Trekkie, and Words About Books podcast.
噪音了。
The UN Security Council, otherwise known as the We Won World War II Club. Its 5 permanent members are supposed to act as arbiters for international disputes, and as a result of this status have great clout in international affairs. But this raises a question: who picked them? Who decided who got a permanent seat and who didn't? Well, to begin, after World War II, the world was in a bit of a mess. Global powers were diminished, empires were crumbling, and a new conflict was beginning to take shape. The victorious powers of the war were hoping to never repeat the same mistakes again, and to do this, they would create a board of international great powers to discuss, arbitrate, and vote on resolutions to conflicts between countries before they became wars. This board was to be the UN Security Council, and unlike the failed League of Nations before it, the people who came up with the idea were on board this time. So in early 1945, the original plan for the new Security Council was that it would only have 4 members. They were the USA, the USSR, the United Kingdom, and the Republic of China. And it won't surprise you that those members largely picked themselves, and whose participation in the new United Nations were necessary if it was ever going to work. Now, for the US and China, this arrangement worked fine, but for the USSR and for Britain, there were some issues that needed to be worked out. For the USSR, they saw the new council as being dominated by the US and its allies and saw it as an anti-communist farce. They wanted another nation on the council that would say no to the US, otherwise there was little point in any of it. And in response, the US did several things to alleviate the USSR's concerns. As a compromise on membership, the US offered to appoint Brazil as the 5th member, which the USSR refused to agree to because, again, they saw them as being too closely aligned with the West. Also, Brazil didn't want to join, so it was a moot point. As for Britain, it had several issues with the current makeup of the Security Council. Its main problem was that as Western Europe's only member of the Council, it looked like its defence would be Britain's responsibility, which Britain did not want because 1, that sounded expensive, and 2, British political and public opinion of Europe at that point was largely that it was something that dragged them into wars. And as such, Churchill pushed for a 5th member, France. The reason was that France wanted a major voice in international relations and would happily do the things that Britain didn't feel like. The USSR agreed with this pick as well, since France was one nation happy to say no to the United States. And with that, France was in, and the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council were picked. And after this, there were only 2 changes to the Council's members. The first was in 1971, when the UN voted for the People's Republic of China to become the officially recognized China. Because let's be real, the Civil War was over by that point and the communist government wasn't going anywhere. The second time was in 1991, when the USSR entered a phase of no longer existing. And as such, Russia took up the USSR's former place, thus giving us the modern permanent membership of the UN Security Council. I hope you enjoyed this episode and thank you for watching, with a special thanks to my patrons, James Bissonette, Kelly Moneymaker, The Pastry Section, Marvin Cassow,
就这一幕。这一幕。
The USSR was not. Finland's position neighbouring the USSR was not exactly a comfortable one. From the days of its independence through World War II and well into the Cold War, there were leaders in Moscow who saw Finland's addition to the USSR as inevitable. Yet, as you'll know, Finland remained an independent state, which raises the question, why didn't the USSR annex it? So, Finland first came into existence during the Russian Revolution. At the end of 1917, as the government in the Russian Empire was overthrown by the Bolsheviks, Finland declared independence. Now, Finland wasn't exactly in a good place at this point, since it was undergoing a brief civil war between the communist Reds and the non-communist Whites. The Whites won, and it wasn't long until some Finns wished to expand their new state at the expense of Russia, which was still fighting its own civil war. By 1920, Finland and Russia signed a treaty fixing the border at this. And in the following 2 decades, things remained fairly calm, if tense. Joseph Stalin, who was now in charge, had for a long time wished to restore Moscow's control over the former territories of the Russian Empire, which obviously included Finland. Which is why, in 1939, after signing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with Germany, he sent an ultimatum to Finland. Move the border to here, or face war. Finland chose war. And this war, the Winter War, was, to put it mildly, not a great success for the Soviet Union. Despite this, Finland wasn't in a position to fight forever, and so it agreed to hand over these lands to the USSR and pay some reparations. And it was only a year later that Germany launched its invasion into the Soviet Union, and the Finns jumped on board looking to claim these lands. This war, called the Continuation War, went fairly well for Finland at first, and they pushed this far into the USSR. Now, when Germany's advance stalled, so did Finland, and by 1944, the Soviets had pushed the Finns back to here. And in this year, the Soviets accepted Finnish talks for peace. Now they could, with enough men and effort, have conquered Finland in its entirety, but Stalin opted not to. This was because it would have cost a great deal in terms of lives and material, and they were much needed in the struggle against Germany. There was also a concern that annexing Finland would mean that Sweden would become much more hostile with the USSR now on its border. In the end, Finland had to sign a pretty humiliating treaty. This saw it lose the previous areas that it had agreed to hand over to the USSR along with this territory in the north. It also ordered Finland to unban its Communist Party and place the Finnish leaders from the period of the Continuation War on trial for war crimes. So it won't exactly shock you to find out that the USSR was not on good terms with Finland when the Cold War was at its beginning. Stalin was extremely distrustful of them, and Finnish leaders were, frankly, terrified that the Soviets would make an attempt at annexing them. Some of this stress came to an end in 1948 when the Soviets brought them a proposal, a friendship treaty. This did several things. It stipulated that Finland was allowed to remain a free and independent nation, providing it didn't allow anyone to invade the USSR through it. It also meant that officially Finland was neutral, meaning no NATO and no Warsaw Pact, but unofficially it was expected that Finland wouldn't oppose the USSR in foreign diplomacy. So this policy was known in the West as Finlandization, whereby a small sovereign nation bordering a superpower does as it's told to maintain its independence, although Cuba didn't get the memo. Now, for all of its derision, the policy did keep Finland independent throughout the Cold War. In the end, the USSR never annexed Finland because it didn't need to. It would also have pushed Sweden into the arms of NATO and lost them an agreeable independent voice in world affairs. I hope you enjoyed this episode and thank you for watching, with a special thanks to my patrons, James Bisonet, Kelly Moneymaker, Anthony Beckett, The Pastry Section, Danny Maloney, Rob Waterhouse, Mo, Aaron the White, James Castaneda, Jordan Longley, Jerry Lambdin, Marcus Arsner, Gustav Swan, John Bailey, Colin Castleman, Rashid Ali, Spinning Three Plates, Filter Oink Oink, Izzy, David Silverman, Maggie Paxkowski, Winston Cawood, Spencer Lightfoot, Robert Wetzel, Fortunate Calf, Lexi Schwinn, Sky Chappelle, and Marvin Cassow.
Attention retirees, if you're willing to be at your computer from 9 a.m. to 10:45 a.m.
When colonial powers grab territory, it usually stays separate from the lands of the metropole. India was a part of the British Empire, but not a part of Britain. The Philippines were a part of the Spanish Empire, but not Spain. But when the French first conquered Algeria, it wasn't long until it was incorporated into France proper. Not as a colony, but just as much a part of France as Normandy or Corsica. And given just how irregular this was, why did France do this? Why was Algeria a part of France itself and not a colony? So, as of 1827, this region was known as the Regency of Algiers, which officially was an Ottoman puppet state, but realistically it was independent. During the Napoleonic Wars, Algiers had provided food for Napoleon's armies, and 25 years later, its leaders were calling in the debt. France said no, tempers fled, and King Charles X blockaded the country to get its leaders to submit. They did not. This problem was timed well for King Charles, who was in a bit of trouble back at home, and so to divert attention away from him, he ordered the invasion of the region. The Algiers military was defeated quickly, but guerrilla-style resistance would carry on long afterwards. In case you're wondering, this expedition did little for Charles, since he would be gone soon afterwards, but his successor, Louis Philippe, would oversee the conquest of these lands until 1848, which was a year in which, well, stuff happened. One of these stuff was when King Louis Philippe was unkingified and the Second French Republic was proclaimed. A new Republican constitution was drafted, which importantly proclaimed that these areas in Algeria were formerly a part of France. The primary reason for this was that the creators of the constitution were worried that the ongoing instability in France could end up losing them Algeria. They were concerned that either the Ottomans or another European power would make an attempt to take it from them, or that whoever was appointed to govern it may side against the government if there was another revolution. As such, it was divided into 3 administrative sections and made a formal part of the country. And you would expect that as an integral part of this new republic, the Algerians would be given the same rights as any other Frenchman. But fun fact, no. Despite being a part of France proper, citizenship was reserved for 2 groups. Those called the Pied Noirs, the descendants of French and European settlers, and in 1870, after Napoleon III reformed the government, Algeria's native Jewish population. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was money, since the Jewish Algerians would be expected to pay taxes to fund things like wars against Prussia. And second, by making hundreds of thousands of Algerians French, he gave them a stake in preserving French rule there, meaning that there would be allies if things ever got interesting. The Muslims of Algeria got nothing, were only considered to be French subjects, and they were, by and large, treated the exact same as the natives in any other French colony, like in neighbouring Tunisia or Morocco. So what changed? Well, the process of France losing Algeria was a slow one. There were no attempts to placate or help the native Muslims of the region until it became clear that there was a risk of losing Algeria for good. At first, it was believed that the ideals of the French Revolution and the superiority of French culture were so obvious that the native population would slowly but surely assimilate and become French themselves. Shockingly, this didn't happen, but after 2 world wars, the French population wanted to recognise the contributions of Algerians to the wars. Thus, in 1947, the French government gave citizenship and thus voting rights to Muslims in Algeria. Too late for any of that, though, since many of those living there wanted the French gone, and so it was time for war. The French fought incredibly hard to keep the colony, since it didn't want to abandon the idea of its civilizing mission, nor did it want to accept that it couldn't defend the French living in Algeria. The problem was that bullets don't care about your pride, and once the death toll started to rise, it became clear that France couldn't hold the territory. Numerous governments fell over the issue, and in the end, it was only Charles de Gaulle, whose prestige allowed him to admit defeat and retain any popularity, that Algeria's position as a formal part of France came to an end. I hope you enjoyed this episode and thank you for watching, with a special thanks to my patrons, James Bissonette, Kelly Moneymaker, Corsho Wolf, Adam Stalter, Jerry Landon, Jordan Longley, Rod D. Martin, Wyan Hockey, Gustav Swan, Spencer Lightfoot, Captain Sider, Winston Kaywood, Boogly Woogly, Marvin Cassow, Aaron the White, Words About Books Podcast, Camille Noon, Matthew Shipley, Maxon Flavio, Alex Schwinn, Maggie Patskowski, Marcus Arsner, The McWhopper, Corey Turner, Anthony Beckett, Copper Tone, Spinning Three Plates, Charles I, Ben Nickinson, and Scottish Trekkie.
Hey!
睡觉了。Fall of Rome。我先去上个卫生间，然后把我这一段录像打开。What is？ 5点了，是不是？看这样，4点35。Oh, how stylish！再喝点牛奶。有点，这是什么？挺长一点，这个敞开的时间太长了。敞开的时间太长了，把它弄到。 饱了好睡觉。4点35。I need some new wives. 这口子几天来都很大，没长好，糟糕。喝牛奶。这样换不了台了，想换都换不了。大老太婆在我们电视上。长柄勺，这是长柄勺。我那个，我勺子一个都不见了。金属餐瓢呢？没有金属瓢的。早上在我电视上放些老太婆，我要看别的。我不知道那个老太婆攻打我没有，我没听到，声音关了。老太婆一听我说她是老太婆，大概要攻打我了，说些难听的话，叫我这叫我那，喊我这喊我那等等，就骂些难听的话。所谓出语伤人，就是如此也。 嗯。嗯。我也是。这打掉那个遥控板，洗手难看，这图章好难看啊。
No, I do not.
Talk about ranking number 2 in nature. Really?
I feel like me having vacation these past 3 years has really made me see the ball better and know that I might only get one good pitch and at bat and to not miss that pitch.
The Patriots have a lineup full of reasons their boys should make a run at their first state title in 16 years. But state tournaments are closely run things. Pace lost last year's semifinal 1-0 in 8 innings. So they backloaded their schedule with tough competition and refinement things that pay off in the postseason.
We're not always going to strike everybody out. Our defense has to work behind Jaden and Mallory and whoever's pitching. And so we obviously the hitting aspect, we work on that. We work on getting bunts down.
We just have to prepare for bunting and running those little plays that will matter the most when it comes down to the 7th inning and we're down 1 run. We need that runner at 3rd. And just hitting our girls in from 2nd or just having good at bats.
Manufacturer right here.
Yeah.
At Pace, Dan Shugart, WEAR Sports.
Where's Sporting WeatherNet is sponsored by Peden Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical. Here is meteorologist Joseph Newbell.
Nice quiet shot there from downtown Pensacola from City Hall. Ballpark all quiet. How about that sort of pace? Unbelievable. Satellite and radar. Should be nice weather to be outdoors for the next few days. Still a little bit chilly for my taste through the morning hours. You can see we're in the 40s for the inland spots, 50s around the coast, but even some coastal spots like the Bar, Fort Walton Beach, into the 40s this morning and 55 in Destin. The one warm spot, if you want to call it, Gulf Breeze, sitting at 60 degrees. High pressure has held out a little bit longer, so that's why we're a little bit colder here locally and really across the southeast too. It's still sitting over I'd say right there along the East Coast. Once it pushes into the Atlantic, we should start to warm up a little bit for the lows. But the high temperatures, no change. We're going to stay warm. We've been warm and nice. Blue sky for the last couple of days, near 80 degrees. Like the last 2 days, we'll once again see that for Wednesday. High pressure does move off a little bit, so maybe a little bit warmer. I think I'm promising it this time. Still going to be in the 50s, still likely needing a jacket, but at least we'll ditch some of the lower 40s and middle 40s that we're seeing here this morning. And then into Thursday, I think 80s even area-wide down to the coastline could be possible as well. So we'll warm up in the highs, we'll warm up in the lows. We'll get a little bit above average, but still not so much that it's going to be unbearable. Only
Deal-com, the fair and honest bidding site. This iPad sold for less than $43.
Helping us make the go.
$26. A 4K television for under $2. A MacBook Pro for under $16. This PlayStation 5 sold for less than $1. And brand new cars for less than $900. Deal-com offers hundreds of options every day. All options start at $0 and everything must go. And don't forget, we offer a full 90-day money-back guarantee on your first mid-pack purchase.
新车旧车
I want these Bluetooth headphones for $20.
I got these 3 suitcases for less than $40.
And shipping is always free.
Go to deal-com today and see how much you can save.
They're offers going on right now. So what are you waiting for?
Choosing National Debt Relief was the best decision I've made. I was in debt, didn't know where to go, was struggling, and National Debt Relief kind of dug me out of that hole.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, with National Debt Relief, you could be debt-free in as little as 24 to 48 months.
So working with National Debt Relief, we were able to reduce my debt by about half. The sooner you start with National Debt Relief, the sooner you'll be debt-free.
Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
Real fruit and whole grains. Doing something good for yourself has never been this easy. Just do what's delicious. Kellogg's Special K.
是哪一个台？哟 What happened there?
All right, so we generate a magnetic levitation via using our superfly.
That takes 10 minutes. I've got the English wireless ready.
What about an electromagnetic cushion?
It's falling way too fast to the impact of the pancake. Trust. Vertical piloting is how you light a jump jet on an aircraft carrier. Of course, we can counteract the downward momentum with something pushing up. No, not fly, just land.
Wait, what? The X-Fuel disruptor. Now we can turn it back on, but we need a focused burst.
If there was a field amplifier up there.
Yeah, there is. I know there's a strap line here somewhere.
Hey! What's it look like?
It's like a little, it's like a little, roundish.
It's kind of like a
It's soulish.
you know, basket.
I was going to say parabolic antenna, but sure, that's okay. So point to the ground and
看哪个台没关系。好吃好吃，再吃一些。I got new method， 这个一吃不容易睡觉了。哟，这是甜的东西，我说的是这个。 all my car makers to make a white car with light inside, near white inside, white or near white inside, or light cream inside, yellowish but not grayish. Any customer wants some other colored car, they can book.很久以前 Shrimp Basket Yeah. Oh. Oh. Tell my ladies to get my money to use first. Well, once we get together, they got plenty of money.因为黑人都看我呀，什么哈森什么什么什么瘦，什么哈森瘦 ，Jennifer Hudson，Jennifer Hudson，那个 Hudson，让他偷看我，烦得很，黑女人。是什么 ？Fox News not required to acknowledge election lies on air。好难看这个人，就是他西服还比较好看，偷了我的那个设计观点。Headquarters.
Quite impressive in that part of the world. Good Broncos. Jordan, you and I both spent time with good Broncos. Much better than old Broncos. But we granted that we're going to talk about today, and where that town is situated, it's rural parts of 35.
Oh, sorry.
For a car that I didn't
Really decide what side of the fence we're on.
Ooh. 那个窄边
Was the captain for
Trump.
Each cobbler.
This chicken will customized to provide support where you
There's nothing to watch this morning.
clinically proven 5-in-1.
And if I find Alfredo, the possibilities are endless.
Worst case scenario, you kill somebody. Take a handful and roll it out. That's the correct dosage.
I'm not sure. I 吃了一阵肚子有点疼。不吃了，还是跟你要拉肚子。大早上给我放好的，还有丑人黑人。烦呐。这是怎么回事？ 酸辣酱只有吃，是什么好？只有吃鱼比较好。不行， 77度，75度。可能5点了，可能。这杯子堆起来了，该扔一些。
Are you tired of suffering from nerve pain or chronic neuropathy? I was too. For years, I struggled with excruciating pain that affected my ability to live my life to the fullest. But then, I discovered something that changed everything, a simple 11-second method that could reverse my pain for good, and I could do it from the comfort of my own home. This groundbreaking method was developed by an award-winning neurologist, who who spent years studying nerve pain and chronic neuropathy. He and his research team discovered the real root cause of nerve pain, a highly dangerous toxic compound that clogs your neural networks.
Now just remember, when
which is known as the Super Traits program. So this program is now available in 21 locations.
My teeth is problematic. Miss Shaguadofu. Miss Shaguadofu and Mala Tang. Well, we got something here also.
Tell us more about how this study was carried out and what more research you might want to do next.
So
going to Algeria, no matter how... It's time to learn geography. It's Paul Barbano. Today we're going to talk about Algeria. Let's dissect the flag.
Oh, you put a round flag for Republic of
The flag of
China.
Algeria is pretty simple, just white, green, and a red crescent and star. The white representing peace, the green representing Islam, and
we know that remission
No
is
Islam,
achieved
please.
through other means as well, and we're funding more research into different dietary approaches.
Eh? Did not even. Oh.
This is
to
obviously
try to put their type 2 into remission.
This is obviously good news for people who live with diabetes, but it's also good news for the NHS. Could really save an absolute fortune here, couldn't it?
Yeah, so research on the direct trial, so the initial 2-year results has shown that this approach can be cost effective for the NHS within 6
of the crescent and
years.
star, also representing the blood of those who fought for Algeria. By the way, full disclaimer, you're going to start to kind of see a pattern going on of a lot of countries using red on their flags to represent the blood of those who fought for something. Just a little heads up.
What are these places?
Some of the day's other stories now. The defeated
As of right now,
leadership candidate.
Algeria is the largest country in all of Africa. That title used to belong to Sudan. However, back in 2011, Sudan split up into 2 separate countries, increasing their landmass and giving that title over to Algeria. Algeria is located in a North African region known as the Maghreb, which is basically every North African country west of Egypt. Algeria is also surrounded by 6 other countries in the area, although the Sahrawi people will tell you that Western Sahara is totally a separate country and it belongs to them. But we'll discuss that a little bit later this week. And lucky enough, in the north, Algeria borders the Mediterranean Sea, which has played a huge, crucial role in its nationalistic development and import-export economy. In fact, out of all the 48 provinces of Algeria, over 90% of the entire population lives in the upper 37 provinces that border the Mediterranean Sea. The remaining 10% living in the lower provinces, which take up a landmass that is about 7 times the size of all the upper 37 provinces combined. Some of these provinces, like Tindouf and Ibiza, although huge, barely even have 50,000 people inhabiting them. Now, why do so many people want to live in the north part of Algeria and not the south? We're going to answer that question in physical geography. If you look at a satellite map of Algeria, you'll notice that pretty much the only green part is in the north by the Tel Atlas mountain range. The reason being that this is pretty much the only region of Algeria that has a somewhat mild and wetter climate. And even though this region only takes up a small slice of the entire territory of Algeria, it is so crucial to these people. Only about 3% of Algeria's land is arable. That's not enough for them to sustain themselves agriculturally. And to this day, about 45% of their food comes from imports. Pretty much everything south of the Tel Atlas mountain range is Saharan desert. If you really look at this region, you'll notice communities in towns like Begane, Outrad, where they are actually kind of thriving and flourishing. The reason is because, like many other people groups in the Sahara, these people have mastered the art of desert agriculture. You might see these skid mark looking things right next to the towns. You might ask yourselves, what are these things? Well, if you look a little closer, those are actually date palm groves. And you'd be surprised, if you look in the right place, you might actually be able to find a lot of underground water sources or oases or maybe even a lake or two in the Sahara. It's not completely devoid of water sources. Algeria has also completed the daunting task of building several trans-Saharan roadways that go throughout the entire Saharan desert into their southern neighbor countries such as Niger, Mali, and Mauritania. The people in this region can be very interesting. So interesting that we're going to talk about it in demographics. Algeria has about 37 million people, or roughly a little bit more than the size of Canada. You know, I think we're probably going to end up using Canada a lot in terms of population.
So this is basically something about the strong people who
who are staying in a good attitude in a negative situation.
Debauchery won't be allowed to be political in Liverpool. However, in Lviv, they're not shying away from their message.
For us, it's important to win, so our country win this war against the occupiers who came on our land. And about the Eurovision, our mission is, to represent our country the best way possible and do our
Very
best.
interesting. So interesting that we're going to talk about it. Demographics. Algeria has about 37 million people, or roughly a little bit more than the size of Canada. I think we're probably going to end up using Canada a lot in terms of population comparison to Ukraine, but the vast majority of these people identify as ethnically Arab Berber. For those of you who don't know, the Berbers are a semi-nomadic people group who have historically occupied the region of the Maghreb for thousands of years prior to any empire or colonial occupation or modern-day country establishment. The Berbers are a fascinating people group that have their own culture, history, and language. And in fact, to this day, about a third of Algerians speak the Berber language. In fact, Algeria is one of the only two countries in the world that considers Berber a national language. Not quite official. Morocco is the only one that makes it official. However, Algerians really do recognize it. However, Berber is so prevalent in many regions of Algeria that you shouldn't be surprised to see trilingual signs posted up all over the place in Arabic, French, and Berber. In fact, some of the Berbers in Algeria are also Sahrawi. Now, what does that mean? Sahrawis are basically people who believe that Western Sahara is theirs and it should belong to them, and that it should become an independently recognized sovereign nation under their jurisdiction. See, after Spain left in 1975, the jurisdiction of Western Sahara pretty much went into the hands of Morocco and Mauritania. Unfortunately, there was a third party that was not too happy with that, the Sahrawis. Eventually, the Polisario Front was established, or the Liberation Movement for the Sahrawi people of Western Sahara, and they fought against both Mauritania and Morocco. Eventually, Mauritania backed down, and Morocco somehow was able to take control of most of the major cities and resources. And to this day, it remains kind of under autonomous control under Morocco. The Sahrawis kind of take over the eastern part. It's complicated. Where Algeria comes into play? Well, Algeria kind of gives refuge to the whole Polisario Front in the very western city of Tindouf. After all the drama with Morocco and Mauritania, the only place that the Sahrawis really had left to go was Algeria. You can imagine how that kind of probably made Morocco feel. Which brings us to our next segment, the friend zone. Now, when it comes to Algeria, they generally get along with all the other countries in the Maghreb region, but when it comes to the Polisario Front thing, it causes kind of a little bit of tension between them and Morocco. Algeria is a strong supporter of the Sahrawi independence movement, and Morocco just is not. Now, in terms of business, Greece has always been one of their top trade partners. It also has friendly relations with Cyprus, as it supports the Cyprus side of the Cyprus reunification movement, which doesn't really jive too well with Turkey. Now, when it comes to France, things get a little interesting. See, in the early 1800s, France occupied and settled Algeria and pretty much made it an overseas dependency. Over the next century of their occupation, France greatly influenced the culture, the architecture, the cuisine, and even the language. To this day, French is the de facto language of Algeria. However, as you guessed, like most countries in former European colonial empires, Algeria started to kind of fight back. However, after independence, the Algerians kind of realized that the French influence had really permeated their culture so much that they kind of didn't exactly want to completely cut off the French altogether. And despite the drama and historical animosity, Algerians and the French have a relatively well-diplomatic relationship today. It's almost kind of like the USA and England. Now, in terms of their closest relationships, Algeria more or less might consider Tunisia and Libya their best friends, considering that both countries support the Sahrawi independence movement, and historically they've had a very rich and cultural similarity and resonance with each other. So in conclusion, Algeria isn't just another North African country, but it's a country that stands for things and survives and builds roads across the desert. You gotta give it to them. Plus, they got really good food there. Thanks for watching, and Dora is coming next.
For viewers like you. Thank you.
You're watching PBS.
5 words you pronounce wrong 2 years before your brain starts shutting down. Dementia is now known as type
this month with Passport.
Once upon a time in Merry England, there lived a boy called Tom. We've got time, but maybe Christian doesn't.
More resilience in the natural world must be the key. These and all your favorite shows are available with Passport. Support your PBS station and stream more with Passport on the PBS app.
The United Kingdom uses the pound sterling, and up until the 1940s, the pound was the dominant international currency. Yet, when you look at many former British colonies, you'll notice that they use dollars and not pounds. Now, obviously, we can't go over every former British colony, and so the two we'll discuss are Canada and Australia, because these two nations maintained good relations with Britain up until their independence and both made conscious efforts to drop the pound. So why exactly do these former British colonies use dollars instead of pounds? Canada dropped the British pound in 1841 and replaced it with its own. The Canadian pound was worth slightly less than the British one, and it wasn't long before it was dropped for the brand new Canadian dollar. The reason why Canada opted to do this was twofold, and the first was a simple case of proximity. Its nearest neighbour was a major economy, and Canada did a great deal of trade with them, which was only ever really going to increase. And for them, it was a simple case of neighbours having a similar currency. The second reason was that since its inception, the dollar had always been a decimal currency. What that means is that it's simple, since there's only 100 cents to the dollar. The British pound was not a decimal currency and worked like this. Each pound was made up of 20 shillings, which in turn was made up of 12 pennies, and a penny was comprised of 4 farthings. Thus, a single pound was made up of 960 farthings or 240 pennies, and the value of these subunits was very volatile. Now, it should be noted that despite Canada dropping the pound, it was still the world's primary international currency. After Britain became the first major nation to withdraw from the gold standard in 1931, it created what was called the sterling area. This was where all of Britain's colonies pegged their currency to the pound at a fixed exchange rate, and this was followed by the Ottawa system, also called the imperial preference system, which put tariffs on other nations that used a different currency in any trade that wasn't carried out in pounds. Canada wasn't a member of the sterling area because, obviously, but it did become a part of the imperial preference system. So what about Australia adopting the dollar? It didn't neighbour the United States, so what reason would it have for dropping the pound? Discussions about adopting a new currency didn't really begin until after the Second World War. Britain was largely bankrupted by this, and so Australia's main trading partner was harder. A decision had to be made. As such, in the 1950s, Australian Prime Minister Sir Robert Menzies ordered a review into whether or not Australia should continue to use the pound. And the answer was no. The reason being that Britain's share of the global economy was shrinking, and so punishing the Australian economy by preferring them over the rest of the planet didn't make much sense. And one final reason was that of identity. Australia, along with other former British colonies, wished to distance themselves from the old imperial metropole. In 1966, Australia ditched the pound and adopted its own dollar with 100 cents. And so that's why ex-British colonies dropped the pound for the dollar. The lack of decimalisation made the pound more prone to fluctuations, which affected ordinary people. There was also the acceptance that the United States was now the world's dominant economy and that using a dollar would make trade with them much smoother. I hope you enjoyed this episode and thank you for watching. With thanks to my
Thank you
Patreon
for
supporters who you can see on
watching. There's something I didn't quite understand. TikTok.
A decision had to be made. As such, in the 1950s, Australian Prime Minister Sir Robert Menzies ordered a review into whether or not Australia should continue to use the pound. And the answer was no. The reason being that Britain's share of the global economy was shrinking, and so punishing the Australian economy by preferring them over the rest of the planet didn't make much sense. And one final reason was that of identity. Australia, along with other former British colonies wished to distance themselves from the old imperial metropole. In 1966, Australia ditched the pound and adopted its own dollar with 100 cents. And so that's why ex-British colonies dropped the pound for the dollar. The lack of decimalisation made the pound more prone to fluctuations, which affected ordinary people. There was also the acceptance that the United States was now the world's dominant economy and that using a dollar would make trade with them much smoother. I hope you enjoyed this episode and Buying more, though, was America, and given that membership of the sterling area made selling to the
It's interesting. History. 不可能81度。啊。Little bunny.
War. Britain was largely bankrupted by this, and so Australia become a part of the imperial preference system. So what about Australia adopting the dollar? It didn't neighbour the United States, so what reason would it have for dropping the pound? Discussions about adopting a new currency didn't really begin until after the Second World War. Britain was largely bankrupted by this, and so Australia's main trading partner was buying less. Someone who was buying more, though, was America, and given that membership of the sterling area made selling to them harder, a decision had to be made. As such, in the 1950s, Australian Prime Minister Sir Robert Menzies ordered a review into whether or not Australia should continue to use the pound. And the answer was no. The reason being that Britain's share of the global economy was shrinking, and so punishing the Australian economy by preferring them over the rest of the planet didn't make much sense. And one final reason was that of identity. Australia, along with other former British colonies, wished to distance themselves from the old imperial metropole.
When it comes to burning fat and building muscle for a guy, the biggest mistake you can make is just eating healthy. Why?
New Zealand. Alongside being the current reigning champion of places that people forget to put on maps, it's also an independent country. This independence did not occur through one single event like that of the United States, but through a century-long process of reform. And across this century, many were fairly sure that New Zealand would become a part of the new Commonwealth of Australia, in the same way that Quebec was obviously going to be a part of Canada, or how Bombay was obviously going to be part of India. Yet, as you'll know, this never happened. But why? Why isn't New Zealand a part of Australia? To begin, we have to go back to those ancient days of pre-Australia, sometimes called the mid-19th century. At this point, Australia wasn't one colony, but instead 6, and they were, as far as the British were concerned, a part of an 8-colony collective, the other 2 being Fiji and, of course, New Zealand. All of these colonies had different economies, different foreign interests, and different cultures, which is why, at first, many were opposed to federalisation. Things changed when Germany started eyeing up the region, which made those in the 8 colonies pretty nervous. And when the colony of New South Wales changed its mind about federalisation, the other colonies now feared being left out, and thus it was time to build an Australia. For New Zealand, this being cut off was less of a problem. Whilst New South Wales, Tasmania, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia and the other one may have traded primarily with each other, New Zealand traded mostly with Britain. There were other reasons for New Zealand rejecting federation too. The first was the massive distance between itself and Australia, which for reference is the same distance between Britain and Morocco. Another was that the drafting of the documents for Australian Federation were done by those who lived in Australia, which might sound incredibly obvious, but New Zealand and Fiji weren't given an opportunity to contribute much to the discussions, and thus they were largely seen as places that would be added to Australia as opposed to a foundational part of it, which upset many New Zealanders who wanted to be seen as equals. And this lack of consideration for New Zealand's distinction is what mostly scuppered any chance of it being a part of Australia. You see, New Zealand had a long and storied history between the island's indigenous people, the Maori, and the European settlers, the Pakeha, and there were concerns that integration into Australia, a place not highly rated on the kindness to the people already living thereometer, would mean that the Maori would again be reduced to second-class citizens and importantly violate the Treaty of Waitangi, which as a result would lead to another war. There were fair reasons to believe this, since the draft constitution explicitly stated that the indigenous people were to be ruled over by the whites there, and New Zealand thus demanded that this not apply to them and that they would refuse to join unless Australia amended its constitution, which it agreed to. So why wasn't this enough? Well, it was mostly a concern by New Zealanders about the number of Chinese and Asian workers in Australia, and particularly the potential that those workers would head to New Zealand, which the leaders there really didn't want. And when Australia federated in 1901, it was these combined reasons that saw New Zealand sit it out, although there is still a clause in the Australian constitution that allows New Zealand to join whenever it wants, so the door is still open. I hope you enjoyed this episode and thank you for watching, with a special thanks to my patrons, James Bizanet.
How nice. Clearman's twins grown up. Oh. I followed you, right?
Flags. Every nation has one. Some are rectangles, some are squares, and some are Nepals. Some, like in Scandinavia, have common symbols like crosses, and some, like nations in Europe, have similar colours, except for Lithuania, who apparently didn't get the memo. Yet one colour you won't see very often on any of the flags in the world is purple, and in fact only 2 modern flags have the colour in them, which raises the obvious question, why? Why are purple flags so rare? As many of you will know, the colour purple was the colour of royalty and was historically associated with Roman emperors. The reason for this was that purple dye was, to put it mildly, very, very expensive. There was one dye in particular, Tyrian dye, which was especially coveted due to its deep colour. So flags have been around for a very long time, and their use as battle standards can be traced back thousands of years to India, China and the Roman Empire. However, it was during the medieval period in Europe that banners, saints' flags and royal standards slowly took root as becoming an easily identifiable symbol of nations. This one isn't a joke, by the way. The French royal coat of arms was just a field of white. I'm not being mean. Anyway, since Europe is where flags morphed into national symbols, we'll focus on there. You would expect being mean. Anyway, since Europe of arms was just a field of white, I'm not being mean. Anyway, since Europe is where flags morphed into national symbols, we'll focus on there. You would expect that kings, given their constant need to one-up each other, would have picked purple for their colours, but again, I need to stress this, it was extremely expensive. So, with one exception, none of the older European states ever made use of purple as a national colour because then they'd have less money to spend on wars. One group that made great use of the colour purple was the papacy, and cardinals wore purple robes. Now, Europeans have been trying to make their own purple dye for centuries by simply dyeing red cloth blue, but the results were mixed. The best they could do was this purple, which was then promptly adopted by the Kingdom of Castile and Leon for their flag. As time went on, Europe's kingdoms became nations and their national symbols became entrenched. Most of these nations then became empires, and so their own limited range of flags dominated most of the world's heraldry until the 19th century. But what about when these empires collapsed? What about the new nations formed from them? Well, for the nations which broke away from the Spanish Empire, or say the United States of America, purple was still extremely expensive at this point. In fact, it wasn't until the 1850s that a synthetic purple dye was created, and thus only nations created after that would likely have a purple flag. Now, it's important to remember that purple is used by the papacy and royalty coloured people's opinions of it. When you look at the nations which broke away from the world's imperial powers, most of them were republics and many of them weren't Catholic, and so for them, purple was tainted. However, there was one notable exception in history, Spain, who after the overthrow of its monarchy in 1931 adopted this amazing flag, which you will notice, big old purple stripe. Now, in Spain, red and yellow were associated with the Kingdom of Aragon and purple with Castile and Leon, which is why it was added to the flag. And after the Spanish Republic was francoed, its flag returned to this, and purple, due to its lack of history in flags and its association with the Catholic Church and monarchies, never took hold as a major colour for flags. I hope you enjoyed this episode and thank you for watching, with a special thanks to my Patreon supporters, James Bizanet, Colin Castleman, Danny Maloney, Marvin Cassow, Rob Waterhouse, John B. Gaze, Mo, Aaron the White, Michael Reynolds, James Castaneda, Gustav Swan, Marcus Arsner, Jordan Longley, James Castaneda, Gustav Swan, Marcus Arsner, Jordan Longley, Gareth Turner, Mr. Show, Rashid Ali, Spinning Three Plates, Phil de Oink Oink, David Silverman, Izzy, Winston Kaywood, Maggie Paxkowski, Lexi Schwinn, Spencer Lightfoot, Kelly Moneymaker, Robert Wetzel, Sky Chappelle, and Anthony Beckett.
Are you a man over 40 and can't get your tool hard for your wife? A US Vietnam veteran's
Okay.哦，又臭又长，有23分钟。How nice. Ooh. Oh. 嗯。这好大，声音很高的。
This year marks the 76th anniversary of the first flight of an iconic Cold War aircraft, the MiG-15. Though the type entered service in 1949, 74 years ago, it remains in service in 2023 in one nation. That nation is North Korea. The Korean People's Army Air Force is a curious mixture of the modern and the ancient. Its frontline combat aircraft include the MiG-29, and it also relies on a host of earlier Cold War Soviet and Chinese aircraft, including the MiG-23, the MiG-21, and its Chinese version, the Chengdu F-7, the latter being North Korea's most numerous fighter with 120 currently in service. Its second most numerous fighter is the Shenyang F-5, the Chinese version of the Soviet MiG-17, which entered service in 1952, with 106 currently on the books. It also has a bomber type in service that is even older than the MiG-15, the 1940s-era Ilyushin IL-28, and its Chinese license copy, the Harbin H-5. 80 of these antiques are still in service today. Check out my video about North Korean Ilyushin 28s in the end screen. Fortunately for all concerned, North Korea has relegated its small force of MiG-15s to the role of advanced jet trainers. The MiG-15 was a revolutionary design when it first appeared in the late 1940s. A swept-wing aircraft that had its origins in captured Nazi aircraft designs, powered by a license-built version of the very successful British Rolls-Royce Nene turbojet engine. Incredibly, the reason why the Soviet Union ended up with the revolutionary British jet engine was a misguided decision by the Labour government under Prime Minister Clement Attlee to improve Anglo-Soviet relations. All it did was to make the MiG-15 a more formidable weapon that the British and Americans had to contend with in the Korean War, where the MiG-15 outclassed the latest US jets. As Stalin said of the British decision, quote, "What fool will sell us his secrets?" End quote. The MiG-15 went on to serve with the Warsaw Pact nations, plus other communist states and their allies. The type saw more combat in the 1956 Suez Canal crisis, with Egyptian Air Force MiGs fighting Royal Air Force and Israeli planes. And in the Taiwan Straits crisis of the late 1950s, a Chinese MiG-15 being the first aircraft shot down in combat by the famous AIM-9 Sidewinder air-to-air missile in 1958. The single-seater version lingered on in several third-world countries as a frontline jet until the early 2000s, but found a new lease of life in many countries as a two-seat trainer. North Korea currently operates 15 MiG-15, the advanced trainer role, alongside 30 Shenyang F-2 Chinese license versions of the trainer, giving North Korea a total of 45 of these ancient jets still in military service today, adding to the reputation of the North Korean Air Force as being essentially a flying museum that, in the event of war, would have great difficulty in coping with modern aircraft deployed by South Korea, Japan, or the United States. But as the current war in Ukraine has demonstrated time and again, old Cold War or even World War II era equipment will be pressed into service in times of need, and I suspect that North Korea's old MiG-15s may still play a combat role if war ever broke out again on the Korean peninsula. Many thanks for watching. Please subscribe and share. You can also help to support both of my channels at PayPal and Patreon. Details in the description box below.
Very good.
We played our song in the forest, but the creatures stayed away until we used our ears to hear what the forest had to say. story you listen to, like a movie in your brain. Okay, let's do this.
All new Arthur
History
Guidance
matters.
is available for download now. And watch Arthur.
If you look at a modern map of Europe, you'll see a curious exclave along the Baltic Sea. This is Kaliningrad and has been a part of the Russian Federation since 1991. The more observant of you will have noticed that it isn't attached to Russia, which raises the question, why does Russia own Kaliningrad and how did it come to possess it? Well, first of all, the region, centered on a city of the same name, hasn't been known as Kaliningrad for very long, but prior to this was known as Königsberg. From the 13th century, it was a part of the lands of the Teutonic Order, and by the 16th century, Königsberg was the central part of the newly formed Duchy of Prussia, a puppet state of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It wasn't long before Prussia broke free, and Königsberg was the site which saw the first king of Prussia crowned. Within a few centuries, it had grown to this, and by the late 19th century, it was the dominant force within the newly formed German Empire. As you'll be able to guess, Königsberg, whilst not the capital, held a special place within the German Empire as one of its cultural centres and the birthplace of its ruling dynasty. The point I'm trying to get at is, for about 6 centuries prior to this point, Königsberg and its surrounding area was primarily German, although you should note that there were sizable Polish and Lithuanian minorities there too. The status of this land didn't really change until the Second World War, although you should be aware that the 1919 Treaty of Versailles after the First World War saw Germany lose this territory in its ruling Prussian dynasty. As you'll notice, it did keep Königsberg itself, but this time as its own exclave known as Eastern Prussia. You'll also notice that it did lose this land to the newly formed Lithuania, which throughout the period of the Weimar Republic was a hotbed of support for the growing National Socialist movement, which soon saw a certain Adolf Hitler running the show, who got this land back from Lithuania, and also cue World War II, which Germany lost. In 1945, Soviet forces advanced on Königsberg, and this led to many of the people living there fleeing west deeper into Germany. After a destructive siege, the city fell to the Soviets, and after Germany's surrender, its borders were once again redrawn by the victorious powers. This time, Germany was to lose Königsberg and the area around it to Stalin's USSR and its northeastern European puppet states. The region of East Prussia was thus divided into 3 parts. The southern part went to Poland, and the northern part went to the USSR, but as a part of the Lithuanian Soviet Republic. And as for the center, which included the city of Königsberg itself, this went to the USSR's Russian Soviet Republic. So why wasn't it given to Lithuania despite being next door? Well, at this point, Lithuania had only recently been incorporated into the USSR, mostly against the will of those who lived there, and thus Stalin didn't trust them with an area of such military importance. Furthermore, the region was subject to widespread ethnic cleansing, which saw most of its remaining Germans deported to East Germany and replaced mostly with Russians. That said, when Stalin died, his successor Nikita Khrushchev did offer Kaliningrad to Lithuania, who said no. Why? Because the people there weren't Lithuanian, and its leaders felt that incorporating so many Russians into its territory would cause long-term issues. Thus, Kaliningrad would remain a part of the Russian Soviet Republic throughout the lifespan of the USSR until its collapse in 1991. This marked a point in which the status of the area could have changed. Lithuania still wasn't interested in Kaliningrad for the same reasons as before, and this view was shared by Poland. That left Germany, which had a long-standing historical claim to the area. So why didn't they get it? First of all, it was because the Russian Federation inherited the lands of the Russian Soviet Republic, and also because Germany didn't want it. During the process of reunification, the West German Chancellor Helmut Kohl didn't push to regain the exclave. His first priority was the reunification of East and West, and he felt that trying to force the issue of Kaliningrad would upset the global powers he was trying to negotiate with. Britain and France were already wary of a reunified Germany, and to give it extra land was, to them, a cause for yet more concern. And so, Germany never tried to reclaim Königsberg, which was barely even German anymore. And for Russia, Kaliningrad was just as Russian as any other bit of it, and so why would they even contemplate letting it go? I hope you enjoyed this episode, and thank you for watching, with extra thanks to my Patreons,
Let it go.
which you can see on screen. And with an extra special thanks to James Bisonet, David Archaeologist, Azarka Flash, Party Boyko, Rob Waterhouse, Chris Wicker, Michael Reynolds, Gustav Swan, David Silverman, Spinning 3 Plates, Maggie Paxkowski, Christian Cheke, Anthony Beckett, Ike, Sky Chappelle, and Winston Kaywood.
If
You're
everyone
all
was,
concerned about the direction our country is headed, then I need to reveal 4 words to you that could change everything. These 4 words describe a change to the United
watch later.
And we can't get enough of that. Well, I know our family loves WSRE. I know if you take a look, you're going to find something that you love. So please support it in our community.
这怎么说？Russian Army.
PBS Kids Animal Alphabet. H is for human. People like you and me are humans. We live everywhere. Each human is different. That's what makes us special. Human. On PBS Kids Animal Alphabet.
Hello, folks. It's me, the conductor. Today, the Pteranodon family and I take on Thirst of Troodon.
Tsar Nicholas II of Russia was famously unliked by Bolshevik revolutionaries in 1918, over a year after he'd abdicated the throne. And given that prior to this, kings that had lost their thrones in times of turbulence didn't exactly have long lifespans, why didn't he try to make his escape and head for safe shores? Why didn't Tsar Nicholas II flee Russia? For context, in 1917, the Russian Empire was fighting through the nightmare that was the First World War, and things weren't exactly going well. Russia had suffered millions of casualties, it had lost territory to the Central Powers, and on the home front, things weren't great either. And when combined with generations of displeasure at the quality of life in Russia, it meant revolution. This first revolution culminated in Nicholas II abdicating the throne and his brother also refusing to take it. This came after a lot of pressure from politicians, and after this, Nicholas was simply a Russian citizen free to do as he chose. Well, for about 2 days. You see, Nicholas and his family were arrested shortly after his abdication on the orders of the new government. Its leaders knew that the people of Russia were furious at the former Tsar for his conduct during and prior to the war, and there were concerns that the Romanovs would be killed by a mob unless they were arrested. And so house arrest had to do. So what about simply getting rid of the Tsar and moving him to another country? Well, given the ongoing war, the Entente now had a problem. Britain, France and Italy only cared for one thing: keeping Russia in the war and tying up the Central Powers in the East. And so they were sure to be friendly with the new government whilst also making it clear they didn't want the Tsar murdered. And there were those in the Russian government from the Socialist Revolutionary Party and the Cadet Party who were worried about monarchists overthrowing the new government to restore the Tsar. As such, there were two options: try him, imprison him, and risk him still being used as a rallying point for monarchists in the country, or exile him and make him someone else's problem. The government opted for the second one. France didn't want the Romanovs because Nicholas II's wife was German, and France was not exactly in a loving Germans kind of mood at the moment. Italy couldn't take him because getting him there safely would be too difficult, which left only Britain, which was fortunate because Nicholas's cousin, King George V, had just offered him asylum in the UK. And so you'd think he'd have simply left Russia and spent the rest of his days in Britain, but fun fact, no. You see, very shortly after Britain had made the offer, it unmade it at the behest of the king. George didn't want to abandon his cousin, but across the UK, Nicholas was despised. And with the rising popularity of the Labour Party there, he didn't want to give anti-monarchists anything to use against him. But beyond this, there was also simply the issue of pragmatism. There was simply no way to get him out of the country. Nicholas was being held here, and he would have needed to head to either Arkhangelsk or to the newly independent Finland to get out. The Finnish government didn't want him, and the workers at the docks in Arkhangelsk were overwhelmingly pro-Bolshevik, a group of people whom the provisional government needed to placate and avoid a civil war with, who also wanted the Tsar tried. And so, getting him out of the country would have been nearly impossible, and the downsides of him getting caught would have been too great. And as such, the provisional government took a brave step. They did nothing, and they left Nicholas under house arrest until the Bolsheviks took over, who then, realizing a trial would take time or something, just shot him. I hope you enjoyed this episode, with a special thanks to my patrons: James Bissonette, Kelly Moneymaker, Mr. Wolf, Sky Chappelle, Adam Stalter, Jordan Longley, Rodney Martin, Gareth Turner, Wyan Hockey, Jerry Lambdin, Spencer Lightfoot, Corsho Wolf, Boogly Woogly, Marvin Cassow, Winston Kaywood, Gustav Swan, Marcus Arsner.
But I just realized we have never raced under the sea. Say, shall we have an underwater race? Interesting. Yes. What will be interesting is to see if your ancient, about to fall apart and extremely slow submarine can even my super ultimate best son.
Actually, Thurston, the dinosaur trade submarine is tuned up, spooked up, and running better than ever. Yeah!
Yes, well, that aside. Mr. Conductor, shall we race today? I am delighted to race, but propose we do so in the North Atlantic Ocean in the Jurassic time period. Ooh, Jurassic. Challenging. Sounds good. Well then, let's race to the underwater time tunnel in the North Atlantic Ocean in the Jurassic time period. Oh, once upon a time in the deep blue sea, a seafarer Troodon said to me, if you want to see things you've never seen, come on along with me in the great submarine.
So many oceans to explore, that's till we get to plesiosaurs.
Crocodilians and ichthyosaurs,
Racing hungry carnivores. Roar! We'll see things we've never seen, diving down in a great submarine. Down in the sea so green, keep it on submarine. Those are things you never see. Darling, memories are
Hello, Leo. Hello, Preston. I recognize your voice. Hi, Mr. Conductor. Hi, I'm Leo Paragon.
Whoa! Hi, Leo. I'm Tiny Pteranodon, and this is my sister, Shiny, and my brothers, Bunny and Dylan, and this is our mom and dad.
Hi, Leo.
Leo, do you mind if we take a closer look at some of your features? You have amazing, what are they called? Horns. And you have 4 of them, and they're long and kind of flat.
And see, I use them all at once. My front flippers push the water hard, and my back flippers can push it even harder. It helps me swim really fast.
Pteranodon wings are like hourglass. They push airspeed and fly. The bugs have big silky feet. We are all creatures with different features. La la la.
Flash with my belly. I mean, stay up. Control the Jurassic Ocean.
So you decided to wait coast, or do you have cold feet?
Oh, my feet are warm and comfy.
Let's settle in. We'll race over this spiky hill, through the seagrass forest, through this deep cave, then around the red tunnel to the finish line at the Coral Ridge. And I advise that you go around, not through the red tunnel, because it gets narrower as you go. Yes, good to go. Now, which of you lucky creatures wants to ride in my SUV?
Yeah.
Of course, Dawn.
That's right, excited. We'll also ride in thirsty. We'll say, Mr. Conductor.
Count me in too. Wonderful. Now, of course, we do all agree that this race will be run fair and square. That means we'll follow the rules.
Yes, of course. Fair and square.
Look at this guitar pattern. What you're looking at is the key that unlocks the guitar neck forever. It lets you hit all the right notes without thinking. It lets you flow up and down the fretboard without hesitation. And it lets you play faster and easier than you ever thought possible. But I bet that sounds too good to be true right now. I don't blame you, because I felt the same when I first heard about it too. So let me prove to you that this one pattern can open up a whole new world on the guitar neck for you overnight. First of all, have you ever got sick and tired of playing the same old stuff? Does your playing ever sound dull or mechanical?
Throughout history, it's been rare for a country to request to be annexed. It's even rarer for the answer to that question to be no. But when the Mongolian People's Republic asked the USSR several times to be incorporated into it, the answer was always that. Which raises the obvious question: why? Why did the USSR refuse to annex Mongolia? First, it should be noted just how an independent Mongolia came to be and the USSR's role in that. As many of you will know, Mongolia was a part of China under the Qing dynasty. That wasn't until it all, to use a technical term, went to hell and Mongolia declared its independence in 1911. It was briefly reincorporated into the new Republic of China in 1919 before declaring its independence again 2 years later. At this point, the Russian Civil War was well underway and it soon spilled over into Mongolia and it was occupied by communist troops. Now, the new USSR did agree with the Chinese that Mongolia was still a rightful part of China. After a series of talks in 1924, the Soviets agreed to withdraw. But the timetable for this would be set at another meeting, except for one issue. The USSR was now under new mustachioed leadership, who simply opted to postpone the meeting to Monday the 4th of Never and then created a communist government in Mongolia. From its inception, Communist Mongolia was a Soviet puppet state. However, unlike its neighbour to the north, the Tuvan People's Republic, Mongolia wasn't annexed into the USSR. And the primary reason for this was to avoid war both with China and also Japan. From 1952 onwards, Mongolia was ruled by a man called Yumjaglin Sedambal. Look, I'm not even going to pretend that pronunciation was any good. Sedambal, over the course of his premiership, asked to be incorporated into the USSR at least 6 times. And each and every time, the answer was no. So why? Well, it was down to the fact that the USSR could get everything it wanted from Mongolia without any sort of negatives that would come from annexing it. Also, when you look at all of the states that the USSR did annex, they were by and large all former parts of the Russian Empire. and annexing states from outside of these borders wasn't something any Soviet leaders were interested in, largely because the USSR wanted to cultivate an international reputation of being anti-imperialist, and pinching neighbors didn't fit with that. Mongolia's economy had largely been built by the USSR to serve the needs of Moscow, and Mongolia was incorporated into the Soviet economy nearly to the same extent as, say, Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan. It's just that having it as a nominally independent nation would spare the upset of the USSR's valuable Chinese allies to the south. And also, it was a card that the USSR always wanted to hold in case it needed diplomatic leverage with the Chinese. Theoretically, the status of Mongolia could always be settled at a later date, and always in China's favour if the right situation ever arose. Which is why, despite Mongolia's asking, the USSR always refused to annex it. Mongolia was already giving it everything that it wanted. I hope you enjoyed this episode, and thank you for watching, with a special thanks to my patrons, James Bizanet, Kelly Moneymaker, Danny Maloney, Marvin Cassow, The Pastry Section, Rob Waterhouse, Mo, Aaron the White, James Castaneda, Jordan Longley, Gustav Swan, Marcus Sarsner, Jerry Lambdin, Rashid Ali, Colin Castleman, Spinning Three Plates, David Silverman, Maggie Paxkowski, Coppertone, Izzy, Spencer Lightfoot, Fobojo, Matthew Shipley, Robert Wetzel, Lexi Schwinn, and Winston Kaywood.
Don't buy solar panels. Seriously, there is a very good reason why we're saying this. If you're thinking about buying solar panels, don't. The U.S. government...
It's not often that territories are kicked out of countries. Most nations will often go to great lengths to make sure that they keep hold of as much land and as many people as humanly possible. Yet in 1965, this very thing happened to Singapore when it was ejected from Malaysia. Given how rare willingly losing a bit of land is throughout human history, the obvious question is, why? Why was Singapore, such a geographically important region, kicked out of Malaysia? So, after the Second World War, Southeast Asia was in a place of flux, and many of the area's imperial powers were struggling to reassert their authority there. This was because throughout the war, these areas had been occupied by Japan, and the Japanese had made sure to place them under the control of the native people. And at the end of the war, the Europeans returned and had wanted everything to go back to normal. But fun fact, no. One example is Britain. As of 1948, Britain's Southeast Asian colonies were the Federation of Malaya, Singapore, Sarawak, Brunei, and North Borneo. Despite Britain's best efforts, though, by September 1963, all of these colonies, barring Brunei, were independent. And all of these independent states opted to join the brand new Malaysia in the same year. For some, it was fear of communist takeover that pushed them into union, and for Singapore, it was about giving it access to larger markets to increase its wealth. And also, Malaysia wasn't Britain, which seemed like a step in the right direction for Singapore. Yet, a mere 2 years after joining Malaysia, Singapore was out. But why? Well, the reason was primarily political. Malaysian politics at this time was dominated by the Malaysian Solidarity Convention, a coalition of right-wing parties led by Tunku Abdul Rahman that represented Malaysia's largest ethnic groups, whereas Singaporean politics was monopolised by the People's Action Party, which was a more centrist multi-ethnic party headed by Lee Kuan Yew. Now, both sides had rushed into this union because fear of communism, and both immediately ran into major issues. The first was that Malaysia operated on a system called Malaysian Malaysia, which discriminated against those who weren't ethnically Malaysian. The second was that the central government based in Kuala Lumpur was sure to clamp down on any idea of Singapore maintaining any real autonomy because it was afraid that Singapore would become the nation's heart. As such, the PAP, despite promising not to, opted to run in the 1964 federal election against the MSC. Now, the PAP was crushed, but the fact that it ran on a platform of ending racial discrimination worried the MSC. The reason being that about 30 to 35% of Malaysia's population was ethnically Chinese, and this voting bloc could have kept the MSC out of power. In fact, the only reason why most Chinese Malaysians voted for the MSC was the threat that any attempt to rewrite the system in place would lead to the government joining Indonesia to keep the Chinese out of power forever. As such, Rahman came up with a brilliant idea. Let's just kick Singapore out. Tensions continued to rise and culminated in a series of race riots in Singapore whose population was overwhelmingly Chinese. You should know, though, that this wasn't some quick unilateral decision, and there were many months of discussions between both sides. Most Singaporean leaders wished to remain a part of Malaysia, but some, like Goh Keng Swee, wanted to have much looser agreement. The Malaysian government said no, and so Swee pushed for Singapore to leave Malaysia altogether. The deadlock continued and tensions rose further, and so Rahman went to the Malaysian parliament and pushed for a vote on simply expelling Singapore, which he won unanimously. On August 9, 1965, the Singaporean representatives reluctantly declared independence, and thereafter Singapore would be an independent nation, one which then became incredibly wealthy, so it sort of worked out in the end. I hope you enjoyed this episode, and thank you for watching, with thanks to my Patreon supporters whom you can see on screen now, and with an extra special thanks to
Where's my depict. Ooh.
Nuts. Maybe the wings need to be wider. Maybe the leaves need to be bigger. Maybe the sap needs to be stickier.
I've got the Troodon engineers at Dinosaur Train Industries to go. Why don't we take the dinosaur train to Troodon Town and ask them?
Yeah! Dinosaur train!
Hello? Is anyone here?
Well, hello, Pteranodon family. What brings you to Dinosaur Train Industries? Hi, Trisha. We're looking for an engineer to help me fix these wings I made. Well, you're in luck. You just so happen to have found one. Wait, Trisha, you're an engineer? I double majored in train conducting and engineering at Troodon Tech. Come with me to the lab and let's take a look at those wings. Now, Troodon wings are thicker in front and thinner in back, so air flows faster above the wings and slower below. That's what generates the lift. But keep in mind that pteranodons also have hollow bones, which makes them lighter and a more aerodynamic body. Aerodynamic means the air flows around them better, and that makes it easier for them to fly. Since you're a T-Rex and your body is heavier and bulkier, we're going to need to make a few changes to your wing design. Whoa. Let me know how those work out for you, buddy. Good luck. Thanks, Trisha. I sure will. Bye, Trisha. Hey, Trisha.
The big pond has the best air currents, buddy, which you
Yeah?
can stay in the air. I'll fly you up to get you started and then let you go, okay?
Don't worry, kiddo. I'll be flying right below to catch you just in case.
Thanks, Mom and Dad. I know nothing bad will happen when you are around. Yeah, and we'll be fine with you too, buddy. My buddy. You got this, buddy. Okay, I'm ready for takeoff.
Good, buddy.
Let's do it. 1, 2, 3.
Way to go, son!
I can't believe I'm actually flying! Whoops, sorry. Wow, buddy. Now you can fly everywhere with us.
We're so proud of you, son. You put your mind to something and made it happen.
Hi, Jackson. Wow, buddy. How did you do that? Where did you get those wings? I made them myself. Well, with a lot of help from my family and Trisha Troodon. She's an engineer at Dinosaur Train Industries, and she helped me design them. Those are the coolest things I've ever seen. Yep, they're aerodynamic, right? Aerodynamic means easy for air to move around them. I call them the Model T for T-Rex. Hurrah! I wish I could fly. Jackson, you should have these. Huh? I couldn't. They're yours. I don't think I'd use them much. T-Rexes aren't supposed to fly, but you're supposed to fly. You're a pteranodon. Besides, I want you to have them. Thank you, buddy. I don't know what to say. Just say yes. Come on, Jackson. We'll help you put them on. Jackson, my boy, I never thought I'd see you fly. I did, Mom. I really did. I flew. I ran up.
Little
Thank you.
dragon.
So much for helping my son.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Scott, the paleontologist. During the Mesozoic era, above the heads of dinosaurs, there were lots of different kinds of birds. But there were also flying reptiles that were not birds and not dinosaurs. We call them pterosaurs. And pterosaurs came in all shapes and sizes. Some of them were huge, like Quetzalcoatlus, with a wingspan about 50 feet wide, the size of a small aircraft. And some were really small, like Nemicopterus, only about 10 inches tall. That were a lot like small birds, say ravens and predators. And these larger pterosaurs were kind of like the albatross.
Wow, he's an attacker. He's an attacker.
Free play, more exciting. Download and sign up for DraftKings Sportsbook. The new app.
哦，什么呀？唱的歌真是很难听，很难听啊！
Try Dr. Pepper Strawberries and Cream. It's going to be rocking on Rocky Top this weekend.
I can't believe it! And sure, I might be hosting, but great movies and TV shows are made for fans.
哦，这种事情。
23 MTV Movie and TV Awards hosted by Drew Barrymore on Sunday, May 7th at 8. Watch on TV.
I'm back. We're just moments away from tip-off. It's not too late.
I'm making my picks on Prize Picks.
Prize Picks now has over 2 million members across more than 26 states. So what are you waiting for?
还有一个呢。
More or less on player stats and win up to 25 times your money. Locked in. Download the Prize Picks app today and get your first deposit matched to $100. Prize Picks. Daily fantasy made easy. Every part of you is connected. So the way you care for your health should be too. Teladoc Health provides connected care. Whether you need primary care, mental health support, or care for chronic conditions, Teladoc Health brings it all together to not just treat parts of you, but to keep all of you healthy, so you can live healthier ever after. Get started today at teladochealth.com. I need gas money, but I don't get paid till next week. What should I do?
Download the Earn It app to get paid early. Get up to $100 per day. No interest or credit check.
Download Earn It. Access to national park trails all over the country. Because even a simple walk can lead to an unforgettable adventure. Life happens out there.
What do you want?
Subscribe to our e-news. It teaches high school biology in Sazan Gaza.
Oh, yeah!
Damage. Rinfolk helped physically repair the colon lining. Check. Rapid symptom relief.
lasting steroid-free remission, and a chance to physically repair.
黑人，好难看，不好看。
A lot what felt like a day ago, 6 and 5. Julia Lopez Ramirez won the individual title by 1 over Auburn's Megan Schofield. Won her match 2-1 against Adela Cernosic.
You don't actually play, do you?
You're not the grocery store brand? Nope, check out the lid.
A pop top.
Okay, Bill Gates, now you're just showboating.
No, tomorrow at P3 will not be a problem. Okay. Actually, excuse me. Hi. Actually, you know what? It is.
I won't. That's me. Hey, that's what I now for you. No.
Time for a truly complete clean. No more fuzzy pants.
I want you to assassinate.
Who the hell do you think you are?
I had a great time.
But you're being at the homeowners meeting.
A little.
Large dragon.
Okay, you're married.
What?
That's the big secret. You're married. You have 3 kids and 2 dogs and a really cute cat, right? Not necessarily rich.
Fill me up.
Can't get anything past me.
Oh, I guess not.
History or geography? History.
About the other night.
Both
Are you sorry,
history
like we
and some degree geography also. Follow the call. What
are you?
Why did our war unite?
Too bad you can't predict the future.
Just like him. Are you sure you don't want to come in?
I'm gonna get back to the case, you know? Baby. Goodbye.
Carrie Scholar. Mao was extreme. How do I follow?
Have you heard of the powerful method to achieve almost 20/20 vision without surgery? The best part is,
when most people think about the Cold War, they think about 2 ideological factions vying for global supremacy. What isn't often talked about is the infighting which occurred in both camps. The most important of these conflicts was the Sino-Soviet split, which saw the People's Republic of China
You know
develop.
what? The modern routine's really getting old. Hey guys, what's going on? Shut up! You know what? I'm so sorry I didn't check with you about your stupid little club, but I was too busy being the only witch concerned about the triad. Oh, right. Without the mighty crew. Hallowell, we'd all be dead. Get over yourself, crew. Sisters, what has gotten into you two? By the way, you owe me for...
Oh, 好难听啊！这好难听。好难听，好难听。好难听，好难听。
Cool, jealous that I'm still unemployed, and jealous that I am still living off of my sisters? Yeah, Graham said you never amount to anything.
Perhaps the USSR and go its own way. So what caused the split and what long-term effects did it have? Prior to the Second World War, China was embroiled in a civil war which saw the communists fighting against the Chinese Republic. This conflict was halted when the Japanese invaded, both sides allied against the common threat, which was due in part to a great deal of pressure from a certain Joseph Stalin. The Japanese lost, and by the time of their surrender, China looked like this, with the USSR occupying Manchuria.
What's the matter, Piper? The real world too much for you? I am so sick of the 2 of you ganging up on me and judging me. I am so sick
Adam's Bar is finally bringing in a little money, and we have the audacity to fill our fridge with food. I'll be damned if I'm letting any of it
The
go
other
out.
movie, because now you have a blonde girl showing up.
That's great that his bar's doing well.
But this movie also has its problem. See, there's only one young blonde girl, and most two. See, I need more blonde, good-looking girls to show up, to make the movie quite watchable.
Why did you have to the bar's doing one?
We're going to bars tonight. Come to play billiards with me, especially that mom's daughter there, the daughter figure. Yeah, get a kissing with me right away. Go to bed together here. I just changed my bed. You're moving first, getting money later. That's the only solution nowadays. The Supreme Court hold my money.
Which reminds me, Christy, Sergey just broke up with his girlfriend.
And some very important. And money. The 1980s, 1970s. All the lifelong post-holding justice. Where are they now?
I'm willing to take my
From
chance.
1973. Very sweet, of course.
Thinking of your entire life and moving to a strange country, I can't imagine. You must be homesick.
Sometimes. But then I should ice cube up his pants and say, snap out.
Which are promptly handed over to the communists. For the Second World War, China was embroiled in a... Then what long-term effects did it have? Prior to the Second World War, China was embroiled in a civil war which saw the communists fighting against the Chinese Republic. This conflict was halted when the Japanese invaded and both sides allied against the foreign threat, which was due in part to a great deal of pressure from a certain Joseph Stalin. The Japanese lost, and by the time of their surrender, China looked like this, with the USSR occupying Manchuria. Which had promptly handed over to the communists and their leader Mao Zedong. The civil war resumed, and in the end, the communists won, giving the USSR a new powerful ally. Both sides signed a friendship treaty in 1950, and so things were looking up for both of them. Also, unlike the communist states in Eastern Europe, China was an independent nation, and Moscow couldn't appoint or dismiss its leaders, nor control its internal policy. Since it was independent, this led to the Chinese leadership applying the communist model in a fundamentally different way to the USSR. Stalinism and Maoism were rapidly diverging, and this difference became even more pronounced when Stalin died and was succeeded by Nikita Khrushchev. The divisions between the two communist states spanned both internal and external policies. In terms of internal policy, the USSR disagreed with Mao's Great Leap Forward and its implementation. Mao's approach to change saw the Chinese government hastily reform agriculture and demand that it output unreasonable amounts. These policies exacerbated a major drought which hit China between 1959 and 1961, which saw the deaths of at least 15 million people. To make matters worse, Mao also opted to continue with the policy of exporting grain because he wanted China to look like it was a wealthy, well-fed country. Furthermore, Mao disliked the reforms undertaken by Nikita Khrushchev, which he felt were fundamentally uncommunist. Mao also saw Khrushchev's use of the Red Army to put down the 1956 Hungarian Revolution as delegitimizing communism internationally, which brings us on to conflicts over foreign policy. Khrushchev had taken a different approach to the USSR's relationship with the West and had pursued a policy of peaceful coexistence. When a series of foreign policy clashes between the USSR and the USA ended with Khrushchev backing down, Mao decided that communism needed a new leader, one who would confront the West on all fronts at every opportunity. Whilst these may sound like issues which could have been papered over, for Mao and Khrushchev, ideological purity was a matter of life or death for communism. In the end, these disagreements led to the USSR formally breaking off diplomatic relations with the PRC in late 1961. In mid-1962, Mao opted to break off relations with the USSR, and hereafter the communist world was fractured and would remain so. During the Cold War, China never managed to take leadership of the communist world, but it did have some communist states which opted to follow the principles of Maoism. And whilst the division of the communist states of the world was overwhelmingly in favour of the Soviet Union, it did present it with new difficulties. The 1960s saw China embrace a much more aggressive foreign policy, which saw it develop its own nuclear weapons and also fight border conflicts with Taiwan, India, and also the USSR. Although in the end, Mao switched from an ideological foreign policy to a pragmatic one, which saw him restore and even improve relations with the US and the West. The People's Republic of China hereafter pursued its own goals, and given that it outlasted the USSR, the Sino-Soviet split didn't seem to negatively affect it too much. I hope you enjoyed this episode, and thank you for watching, with extra thanks to my Patreon supporters, which you can see on screen. And with an extra special thanks to James Bisonet, David Archaeologist, Azarka Flash, Party Boyko, Rob Waterhouse, Chris Wicker, Michael Reynolds, Gustav Swan, David Silverman, Spinning 3 Plates, Maggie Paxkowski, Christian Cheke, Anthony Beckett, Ike, Sky Chappelle, and Winston Kaywood. Vision problems. Mix this with a glass of water before bed. Every human has around 108 million. It's fairly easy to determine that the Western world was elated when the USSR collapsed. But what was the reaction of the rest of the communist world? How did nations like China, Vietnam, and Cuba feel about the leading communist state falling apart? So perhaps the USSR's closest ally was Cuba, and Fidel Castro had a few choice words. For a start, he felt that it was completely avoidable and blamed Gorbachev for reforming everything too quickly. Castro was critical from an ideological perspective, but he had much more practical reasons to be upset. So as of the American trade embargo, Cuba relied on the USSR for the majority of its trade. And it's hard to trade with a defunct state, as demonstrated by the fact that Cuban exports to the post-Soviet states decreased by 93% of what it had been 3 years earlier. This led to a near collapse of the Cuban economy, so things were pretty bad. As such, Cuba turned to the Western world and found willing markets, except one for its goods. Cuba's other concern was security, since the USSR was its guarantor, and there were concerns about what the United States was going to do. Turns out it was nothing, but for Cuba, the years after the collapse of the USSR were extremely difficult. So what about China, the second most prominent communist state and one which had a pretty rocky relationship with the Soviet Union? Well, first of all, Jiang Zemin, the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, came to a different conclusion to Castro. He believed that the USSR had collapsed because the reforms hadn't gone far enough and that the wrong people had been asked to implement them. So how did the collapse affect China's policies? Well, internally there was basically zero change, since China was dealing with its own issues and its leadership was keen to push ahead with economic reforms. In terms of foreign policy, the Chinese government believed that the West was now going to focus on fomenting internal revolution there, and that they would use the newly non-communist Russia as well as Taiwan to help with this. Now, the fear of some reverse domino effect wasn't without merit, since only a year later Mongolia would also see the end of communist rule. So what about Vietnam? The leadership there was obviously shocked by the decline and collapse of Soviet communism, but the trauma was mostly ideological. Vietnam was primarily concerned with the economic ramifications of the USSR's collapse, and so sought to improve relations with China so that they could both be better protected. In terms of immediate fears, the Vietnamese leadership had little concerns, since they believed that the collapse of the USSR was down to ethnic tensions, something that they didn't have to deal with. And as for North Korea, well, Kim Il-sung and the North Korean leadership were certainly worried about themselves facing the same fate as East Germany and being incorporated into the neighbouring democratic state. However, for the past 20 years, they've been weaning themselves off of Soviet support, and so the collapse wasn't too damaging. In fact, the only immediate problems were that the new Russian Federation called for talks between the North and the South, and that reunification should be a potential end goal. Now, the rest of the communist world was fairly quiet about it, and this was because they'd either seen the writing on the wall or because it didn't affect them too much. Yugoslavian politicians, for example, placed the blame on the Russian ethnic majority, since they felt that it was the duty of the country's largest ethnic group to keep things together in the face of any threats, a theory that they themselves would put to the test not long afterwards. I hope you enjoyed this episode, and a special thanks to all my Patreon supporters, James Bisonet, Marvin Cassow, A Man of Culture, Kelly Moneymaker, Danny Maloney. It was fairly quiet about it, and this was
Where is that place? Congo.哪一个台？没有时间看，早上我要睡觉。Yeah. Quick. Quick to form the globe. Take a look. All right now. Oh, here Angola 有个球。刚果首都在哪里？记不住了。哦，这是首都。这是哪个国家 ？I have never noticed the country here. Which country is this? Cabina. Which country is this? It's weird. Where's the Chinese version? 这个国家是什么国家？安哥拉。飞地。Flying territory.然后坏黑人，美国的坏黑人送到这几个国家去，加纳呀、利比里亚等等，尼日利亚，嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿，非洲坏人，美国的坏黑人送回去的，遣返。It's not Western Sahara, it's Spanish Sahara, not Western Sahara. I ended up Madagascar, a communist country also.这个口子，这是新口子，这口子新的，这口子，好家伙，不得了，不得了。 气候一定很好啊。2023年的4月19号，星期三早晨快到7点，脑袋都痛了。别人是现在起来，我正要睡觉，半夜里起来，什么原因起来以后？因为到现在6、7个小时没休息，通宵。睡觉以后不是很困，那也有响动，电动敲打声。请记得有一次在我的头顶那方向有电动敲打声一次，我就说那个床头的我头上顶上那个木板，那上面装的东西很厚，这木板很厚的。 我顺便把耳塞戴上。我耳塞戴了几次都没有特别干净的了，要全部洗一遍。没有特别干净的耳塞了。左边我不想买新的，旧的呢洗一洗还可以用，很好用的。不想买新的，这是用旧的。把它砸醒就可以。我记得什么 tough 什么东西 ，tough 的什么什么 6 feet 什么，那接线板的接线的那个外包装我已经扔掉了，在我上面抽屉里放，别人进来偷偷放，不知道谁搞的。Yeah. 7点了，我才睡觉啊。我半夜起来，12点左右起来。外面有人做那个引擎噪音，对我有多大影响想不起来了。有几次不同的人跟不同车疯狂的做那个引擎噪音。有一次我还把门打开，端着电脑出去拍照情况、录像。开车的人把车开的朝东边那条路一直，我只看得到红色尾灯。回来那个脏的东西。右边耳朵扬起来，塞上耳塞。 自行车的颜色，做汽车颜色都很好的。94°7，这77度。 不要吵我声音大。好，睡觉。很吵醒了。
Right, over 2 more than 3, 4.
啊，谁推我的门？把这个都推坏了，这个都推坏了，是谁？没听到推门声。Windows Update. The first account, first. Oh, first or second. Okay. 10 hours. Second is my first account. Second computer got my first account. Restart install the latest Windows updates. Windows update. This is the second one, right? It is Hackers Days. 干扰我的录像，很烦。好怪啊！哇，好痛！手上大口子，我都不知道怎么回事，手上这么多口子，这里一个，好家伙，我不知道怎么回事。手上竟在起口子，和我喝的吃的有关系没有？还是好熟悉的面孔呀，这是谁？嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿。好熟悉的面孔，哟，这怎么回事？ 那搞是不是？嗯。Should be 是一个黑客搞的，黑客搞的。啊，耶，我那个，神，contact. Oh, you have friends on Facebook. This is not a friend. San Diego. 黑客的高。哟，突然被黑掉了。我这给 Mr. Sen 发个电子邮件过去，不是那个 message Facebook， 突然给弄黑了，我电脑好烦。看，我还得重新打一遍。哇 ，It's terrible。哦，可以 ，actually。
Let's move. I know what justice is. Time to make this right. No one is above the law. Law and order.
And oh, you're new.
I know. That's what I think.
Crunchmaster. Is your bathroom look?
这更难看，这个暖暖和，哇，什么电影？ Is this Snoopy? No, not Snoopy. This is another dog.
Tricks.
What's on the head?
Like a fresh, never frozen dough made from 6 simple ingredients. And our dough can save you dough. Get 2 or more Papa Perry's favorites for just $6.99 each. Order now on the app from Papa John's.
黑女人这是广告。Papa John was sentenced to be by compensation already. Post-star.
1, 2, 3.
Making new traditions. Homemade pasta. And ice cold. It's my recipe for magic. Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
This is the carry-on closet, a suitcase with a one-of-a-kind active closet system that keeps you organized anywhere. Pack all you need for up to 10 days and travel without ever unpacking. The comfort of home on the go. Unpacking seconds at soulguard.co.
will be like a holiday when my baby comes home.
Championship belongs to the Los Angeles Lakers. NBA champions once again. The Cubs dynasty still very much alive.
The mourn the loss of a beloved goldfish, a lovely soul, but joy. Someone's here, and Middleton. And someone else wants to pay their respects. Come on in. Continue. Golden was a family of Bardasco. Okay, I'm gonna get back to the service now.
Take care of the things you care about. Get cameras with live HD video from Cox only.
Did I mention she was a good listener?
Chipotle's new chicken al pastor is fire on every level. Fresh chicken hot off the grill. A rich marinade of seared burrito peppers and ground achiote.
It's not Chipotle, it's Chipotle.
Chipotle's own new chicken al pastor.
It's not Chipotle.
There was no way to know what would greet us on the horizon. We had everything we could ever need. Our hearts, our little drums. And go, Hogs, go, we said. And we did. Another day, another drumstick.
Point take! Actually, Stephen, I think you're going to get this because it's your Rangers who made a statement beating the Devils 5-1 in their first game of their series. New York, stand up, right?
You can go with that. You go with that. Everybody thought that experience and the goalie would be a big factor. The Rangers showed 2 penalties in the first 6 minutes of the game. First, goalie played well. 5-1 win. Devils are young team. Rangers.
Oh, communication is so hard nowadays. With Song Chen and my relatives there in Chengdu. Completely different from early Bush years, early Bush government years. It was so easy. 那时候开放，那个你看子弹头，那个90年代的子弹头，98年、99年、2000年左右子弹头的车，现在不见了子弹头。Talking about bullet head type of van by Chevy, I think it's Chevy. Not only Chevy made bullet head kind of super good looking, super modern looking kind of van. Not only Chevy made so, starting from about 1998, 1999. Some other car makers also make so.
He was the feature of everything the other played. He was the guy that
Yeah, after I got here, it's not, no. There's a student, Asian student, I mean Chinese student from Hong Kong somewhere in the in PCC, People's Republic of China. People's Commonwealth China. People's Commonwealth China. People's Chinese Commonwealth, PCC. She let me buy a telephone card and call. I use a telephone card for quite some time.
If that's the case, why didn't you stop there? Why didn't you just go Bill Russell? I mean, he did play in 11 games.
How come nowadays I searched the Yahoo, there are several types I can buy. And none of them seems to have something like solid. The only way to buy might be for me, I didn't go on. Might be for me to put my credit card number there through kind of computer to buy one. I don't know where to get it.
I mean, it is empty. For me, it's empty.
实在不行，我只有开一个账户了，到他们的网站上开个账户或者怎么样。Then I create one bank card, charging me money afterward. I mean, well over $500 I owe them. And still did not stop. This kind of situation online. backing of a hard store of some sort, where I can go to customer service or have a written form of communication with certain people.
Now, LeBron has had, what's it, like 21 game-winning shots in his career.
90 seconds.
Kobe's got 8 buckets. He's second only Michael Jordan. Regular season, postseason combined, Kobe's percentages are better. Gotta go with Kobe Bryant. LeBron.
I think I slept about 5 hours. 7点到12点，5个半小时，5.5 hours. But today I'm not going to continue to sleep. That's why I'm drinking tea now.
Here's what I know. We've got tracking data going back to 1990.
谁把门给推开了？轰
In
的一
that
下，
period of time, LeBron James has the most clutch time points.
我都没听到声音哦。Very sneaky. Somebody pushed my door open. She's sneaky, sneaky. 这里面放东西就是这样的，同样的情况。
Game winners in the playoffs. Got 5 of those. It's very clear that it's LeBron, Kobe, MJ, right? You know, those are the top. The top 3 players. That's a good point. It's just hard to leave out Larry Bird. You're leaving out Larry Bird. We need something. You're leaving out Larry.
Welcome to Sports Center. Kate Burnett and Dave Steele here with
People's Chinese Commonwealth.
NBA playoffs continue tonight with major
The PCC.
Waving our Kings clap opening losses. Just finishing up in morning on the status of each star. Sports Center is live. Let's go.
This is
Offseason, here how Dalton forward after an injury plagued former Alabama standout. Panthers should draft Bryce. The best fit for Williams. And Draymond Green 3 against the Kings. Got it right. It's just
We're playing.
I'm acting like this is just a
What?
In a really bad spot.
What happened? Yo, come on. Hello.
Team that finished with the best record. Had to bounce back and he's up there feeling.
Oh. Hello, connection with phones and microphones and everything. Allow.
End of the first quarter. And now
Night
for
over there.
game 2 would be NBA reporter head of game 2 and Jamal. I know they around just a few minutes ago. What can you on Giannis?
Yeah, I'll give telephone.
Yeah, saves the Bucks. Wait, see pattern hold to see his status for tonight. Doubtful, I think, came as a bit of a as Coach Mike Budenholzer. He's spoken very optimistically, and I think one of the things that stood out, time is on our side here. Had an extra day in between games 1 and 2, and his status, when that injury report came out yesterday around 4 p.m. compared to tonight, we still have about 8 or 9 before this thing tips off.
Allow to connect the microphone and microphones and cameras. I just got up, so feeling sour.
Warmed up, felt like ended up playing in that game. To give Giannis every chance, comfortable and healthy. Or at some point today to test it out. Let's go. What's going to give him a chance?
How hard that bus, to be honest, as we speak, over the are 17 and 17 without tonight. Tip off 9 o'clock Eastern.
I dreamed.
Lakers Grizzlies series.
Was interesting. Mr. Sen, good morning. Good afternoon, Mr. Sen. Okay, send a quick message to Song Chun. Tell her to call me again because I missed several times from several days ago. And see, no. To call me now because I was sleeping and I missed her call. She merely what? No, no. She just called. I just missed several minutes. This is the job of being a sibling. Thank you, sir.
Advantage in a game that is as close to a must-win for the Memphis Grizzlies as you get aside from the elimination situation.
Absolutely down 1-0 there at home, certainly a surprise. And once again, it's not like the honest situation. The Grizzlies right around 500 without John Moran, but they need him now more than ever. Sim, thank you so much for the update. Stay over to you. Thank you, Sage. Right, for more on these
34 minutes ago.
I'll be punishing the tip. I'll be punished.
Jurassic Park.
Oh, if it started
Moonshiner. Hometown. Real life nightmare.
Happen in order for a debt ceiling increase to happen at all. I think they're in line.
New Central.
Those are not compatible.
Fine print of a loan document is the tightening
Build this evidence yesterday.
internal systems.
Buy a car as soon as possible. Buy an SUV. Where's this? Oh.
At Jersey Mike's, watching them is the coolest thing you'll see. And the second coolest thing you'll see is this. Here we go.
Oh, they were usually do not mix two types of beverage, but I put too much sugar this time. So okay.
Slice right in front of you. The Jersey Mike's thing. A simple bottle.
Lash Sensational Sky High Mascara from Maybelline, your Flex Tower Brush. Stretches lashes root to tip for limitless length and volume. Our most viral mascara.
They
Lash
should
Sensational Sky
advertise
High.
for Dairy
Sky High
Queen.
Tinted Primer. Sky High Amplify.
Waiting for this house. Maybe Jacob can finally get a job. The House Whisperer.
This house says use Realtor.com to see homes in your budget.
Stay in school, Jacob.
Realtor.com should reach their home.
Open Talenti and raise the jar to gelato made from scratch. Raise the jar to flavors from the world's finest ingredients. And now, from jars to bars, new Talenti gelato and sorbetto mini bars.
What happened? Oh. Okay. I'm telling you.
There's the truth. There's chilling. Started out just hurting I get down, but now, it just hurts all the time. All the time. It's a good thing it's not much to you.
Today, which I did not get from my parents because they did pay more
Oh, how
attention to my
cute.
brother. My mother did clearly have a favorite, and it was Cody. It was not me. And so food was definitely a way for me to cope with that. So I started gaining, and I hit 100 pounds when I was 8. And as I got bigger, it became abundantly clear that I disappointed my mother because my mom was a cheerleader sponsor. She wanted that girl out there on the football field with the Friday night lights. And I was never going to be that kid.
It's a coming in okay.
Pounds,
This is
and I
not
was around
bad
10
at
or
all.
11. And I just wanted to constantly eat.
Where is
There's
L'Oreal
always a
Paris?
disconnect.
Please. They're completely normal. They're normal also. Being fat is not having sickness or ailment at all. No. Being fat is because the nutrition is really good. The nutrition is really good. So in the ancient time, it was written. I don't know that Old Testament was changed by hackers or not. I just don't know. So they are blessed. Of course, beef and sheep meat, and all the beef fat, not pork meat. I mean pig meat. Yo, what happened here? She didn't call me. Hmm. 这个糖全化了，是胖，但是 no big deal。还能动得很，行动还很自由。红糖哟，
You did that on purpose, Flash.
No, but I.
Thinking you could do your thing. What a great.
You sure?
Does that help me? Sure.
Damn, Marcus.
Was he?
It's the biggest family vacation ever.
Act like they ain't ever seen Guido. The fastest. Oh my God. Grass out in the skin. Will not. But what?
And as I speak that.
Win the chevron.
Is it supposed to make a
The king of cream.
Like, you might even forget we have wings good. So we throw in 6 boneless wings for $1 as a reminder. Buy any burger, get 6 boneless wings for $1. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
At Affordable Dentures and Implants, we believe in the healing. The way a smile lights up a room, so people can see the best version of you. Which is why we make new smiles affordable for everyone. So you don't need to wait another day to get your smile back. Scan the QR code to learn more, or visit affordabledentures.com.
Go ahead and smile. Dehydrated hair, hyaluronic acid for your hair. New L5 Hyaluron Plump by L'Oreal Paris. With hyaluronic acid to lock in moisture and hydrate for up to 72 hours. L5 Hyaluron Plump from L'Oreal Paris. We're worth it.
哦，你到地上，错。
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
It's not subtle. Now you can give them what they've always wanted. Real food for dogs. Caesar wholesome bowls and simply crafted. Caesar, love them back.
It's the same dog on the picture there.
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
When planning for retirement, I talked to my financial advisor. When looking for our new home, I used a local real estate agent. So when Mom needed assisted living, I turned to a senior living advisor and a place for Mom. She shared insights on local communities we never would have found. This wasn't an easy decision, but her expertise was the difference between finding a place and finding the perfect place.
Our service comes at no cost to your family. Connect with us today.
Join Winona as she kicks off an unforgettable evening. You all have carried me through a really, really tough season.
Celebrating the music and legacy of the Judds.
With special performances by Ashley McBride, Brandy Carlisle, Kelsey Ballerini, Martina McBride, and Little Big Town. It's the event of a lifetime. CMT presents the Judds Love is Alive. The final concert premieres Saturday, April 29th at 8, 7 Central on CMT.
Oh, hey, y'all.
Hey, Jared, I didn't know you were home.
Yeah, well, I may never leave the house again.
I was just dropping off your dad's bill.
Oh, all right, I'll see you the cash right now.
No, you're just going to mail me a check. I don't feel comfortable carrying all that cash.
It's $15 off. Roll the dice. Just grab it out of my purse because my nails are wet.
Oh, sure.
What are you doing? Try not to be so dependent.
If the open road is an open invitation.
This is the same from the girl. You're seeing things.
Did you hear that?
Relax, it's just the girl.
Yeah, it's just a girl.
Nicole, it seems like the. To win it, on football to be played. Well, we start with
Son.
Bulldogs, and of course, a big story. I thought.
Oh.
UHC.com.
Landscape, huh? Son, back in my day, ladies loved grass and fairways. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop it down there. The beard head is for your face. Grip and trim it, baby.
Introducing the Beard Hedger. Order today at manscaped.com.
I got one already.
That cigarette smoking just messed up your lungs.
24 25 哦，要上麻药还是得上麻药，是不是？像折磨人一样，那像折磨人来个，我the attackers, some of the, yeah, looking like 这个难看。Bacon double.
At Affordable Dentures and Implants, we believe in the healing power of a new smile, the way it makes you look and feel.
Baseball. Golf.
Really windy, it's really far. I just wanted to come here early and prepare for this major. So the schedule definitely needs some tweaking, but we have a bunch of tournaments on the schedule, which is great. We're playing for more prize money. We're on TV more. So everything is going great. We just need to rework the schedule just a little bit. And it would be great leading up to this major for sure.
Well, speaking of far, you hit the ball far. One of the highlights of my golf life was play golf with you and more.
Here it's a white one. Let's have a with a light inside.
By 50. How much does this golf course, the club at Carlton Woods, fit your game?
It's great. You know, I still like to consider myself to be a long hitter, but obviously creeping up on 40 and 2 kids later.
Oh, I did not even type right. How?
There's a lot of narrow holes there. I feel like there's water on every hole. You really have to drive it straight, and then more importantly, the greens. The greens are pretty grainy. They're pretty sloped as well, so you have to miss it in the right spot. And there's a lot of like false fronts, and the ball can run off the green very easily. So it's definitely a game of misses this week and missing it in the right spot and not short-siding yourself in those low areas. So you get in the fairway, get it on the green, and then hopefully you make a 30-footer here and there, and you'll be at the top of the leaderboard.
When you get to this point of your career, at 37, you've got kids at home, you've accomplished so much. How have the goals shifted, and what are your goals? Do you still think you can very much contend and win major championships right now? Are you looking towards potential Solheim Cup captaincy as well? What are the goals you have left in this game?
I would love to win one more time, especially having my daughters out, just to show them. I mean, Emery, the 3-year-old, she knows like mommy plays golf. When I put on my clothes, she knows mommy's going to play golf, which is cool. But just to have them on 18 green, holding the trophy one day, would really be just. Yeah, I think I could retire after that. It'd be great. But I think it's just in your blood when you play this wonderful game.
I'd rather stay here than moving. They're moving to a Taiwan Chinese operated, much cheaper place. First floor.
I think I would miss competitive golf if I didn't do it, but obviously, like I said, with 2 kids now, we're going to play this year. I have full status. We'll see how it goes and kind of evaluate the end of the year.
Lower the payment for me further. $30 per day here. Every 24 hours. $55, $56.
Yeah, thank you so much. Definitely looking at the water.
For 24 hours.
If I'm not winning around that.
I have no doubt it would be her third.
No matter I go out and live in another hotel or not, temporarily. For example, driving to somewhere in Florida. And I'll drive back here.
My plane has a mechanical problem. I'll try to get there as soon as I can. Breakfast looks delicious, as always. Having a chauffeur car plane side helps keep me on schedule. Hi, Jeff.
Look at that.
Did you have trouble finding one?
Yeah, one of the managers here. She might be one of the managers here, but I couldn't see clearly. Face hiding. Face not showing.
On the most important moments of your life. Call for a complimentary flight.
Allergies don't happen scary. Defeat allergy headaches fast with new Flonase headache and allergy relief.
2 pills relieve allergy headache.
And the congestion that causes it.
Flonase headache and allergy relief. All good.
Wendy only met Marco 8 days ago while searching for freelance web developers on Fiverr. But the incredible website he delivered made him an invaluable member of the team. Expand your team with a Fiverr freelancer.
No. There's a problem with my paycheck. It's short. Someone messed it up. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Is that necessary?
Nope. These are paycheck problems. With Paycom, employees do their own payroll.
No problems, no surprises.
Schedule a demo at paycom.com and make the unnecessary unnecessary.
A place to share the things that matter most. Attracts.
Lives in Twin Cities. One mutual friend. Who's mutual friend here?
Really into it. The confidence of knowing your concert tickets are legit brings everything to life. Yeah.
September. One comment.
I want to break free. Hi, we're Cox Mobile, a new kind of mobile company that sees you for you, with plans that fit you based on the data you need, no matter who you are. Because the one thing you're not is everyone else. Get plans starting at $15.
11 years ago? Oh, it is more than 11 years ago.
Unbeatable 5G reliability. Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different.
Innovation has been at the heart of every super stroke grip we've ever created, cementing our status as the #1 putting grip on.
这怎么回事？
Now the best just got better. Introducing Super Stroke Synergy, our most advanced putting grips ever, for unmatched confidence to quiet your hands and your mind. Find a perfect grip for your
I still can message.
USA.com.
That's pretty good.
Chunk shots and high scores can make playing better golf seem impossible. Fortunately,
Yo,
there's the
couldn't comment.
your prescription for better shots and smoother swings. Get great instruction and play great golf starting today. Ask Devin if the golf fix is right for you.
English Education, St. Cloud State University.
Streaming now on Golf Pass.
Master of Science and Technology Engineering, University of South.
We're back on golf today, and this week the PGA Tour heads to TPC Louisiana for the Zurich Classic of New Orleans, the only official team event on the PGA Tour's regular season schedule.
Mentor,
Coverage begins
graphics.
tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern. Patrick Cantley, Shotley are returning to defend their title this week. The duo first teamed up in the 2019 President's Cup at Royal Melbourne, where they won 2 matches, and it was the beginning of a pretty stellar run. It continued all the way through the Ryder Cup at Whistling Straits in 2021, where they won both foursomes matches as well.
Beginning of a beautiful friendship. Last year, the pair won the Zurich Classic in wire-to-wire fashion. They even opened with that 59 in the 4-ball round and coasted to victory. Cantley and Shotley led by 5 after 3 rounds, shot 72 in the final round foursomes to win by 2 shots over Billy Horschel and Sam Burns. How about their record as a duo? I would say it's pretty good. Look at the foursome, alternate shot. Unbeaten, unblemished, 5-0-0, 6-3-0 over Auburn, the defending champs a few moments ago, the dynamic duo caught up with George Savaricas.
State of your game coming into this week is defending champions here.
Pretty good, I'd say. Pat obviously has been playing well for a really long time. He played really well coming into last year.
Google.
I did not play Hilton Head last year, so probably helpful to play and play well. So
Google is in Ali.
Why does this partnership?
I think we pride ourselves on having not a lot of weaknesses out there, and so we get along well and play well together.
That's tell when you can see that you guys are getting a roll and you know that he's feeling it.
是不是韩国人什么的？
Hard guy to read. I do know my guy though, so I mean, he'll come and give me a
He's a Korean.
when we need to put the burners on. You may not see it. Or
So his last name
we know when we need to pick it up or when we need to stay the
may not even be Wang.
You guys draft off of each other in the course of
There's
competition.
no family name in Korean as Wang. Really not.
And then a lot of times in alternate shot,
I heard there's a song.
where
Not
it
even
doesn't
sure.
feel much
Oh,
alternate shot.
怎么会一个包被咬的？
And when we're in those moments where we get the momentum, especially like last year in basketball, it feels like we can birdie almost every ball.
No one's gone back to back. Why do you think that's the case here?
Yeah, you're playing 2 rounds of alternate shot, and there's a lot of variables and things that come into play. Both guys need to be on. One guy can't just be playing well in alternate shot. One guy can kind of save certain holes, but for the entirety of 36 alternate shot holes, you need to be pretty good.
The law firm of Kentley and Shoffley with our